My name's Jordan Henshaw.
And my name is Keli Rabon.
I'm the mechanic.
And I'm the journalist. Together we're try and prove it.
Someone has been charged with aggravated murder and is facing the death penalty, so we better figure it out, right?
How do we tell the difference between an assertion that is true and an assertion that is false?
You've got to start with all of the evidence, and you don't have all the evidence just yet.
Okay, well, I have no idea. Whoever, but it's a dot.
Where's the dot?
Right there.
Science is not absolute. It doesn't say this is what happened for sure. It says this is the best explanation we have.
3, start sequence. 1. If one picture is worth 1,000 words, one field demonstration is worth 100 internet conspiracy theories. I'm gonna ask something at the risk of, being wrong, okay? But we're all just friends here. We're all just talking.
And we are back here today. Give me a 5x5 in the chat if we are working well. Oh, that's what I missed. I don't have my light on. Give me a second. There we go. That's a little bit better. 5x5. Thank you so much. Whoops. Okay, so Keli is not in here right now. She is going to join, I think, but she has an appointment to get to here pretty soon. She might jump in for a second, but I'm not counting on it. Let me check over here. I have a request to check the list of people who were banned because someone was complaining about being banned, and I don't know why they were banned. So I'm going to check that here pretty quick. But Christy, can you let me know if you banned anyone yesterday for me chewing something about that? Can you text me? But I'm going to check that here in a second. I just want to make sure that they weren't banned for a good reason. But Keli is not in the studio here right now. We're in the virtual studio because she has an appointment to get to here pretty soon. And so I'll be holding down the fort for a little while here. But it's a very important appointment that she has here. So she might be joining us eventually here, but I'm going to be holding down the fort until then. We have a late start today to the preliminary hearing. Not sure exactly why, but yeah, we're starting after lunch and not in the morning. Brandy and Billy and Teresa, they appear to be they're going to be going into the courthouse today. So that's interesting. In other news, I got to speak to Blake Neff last night several times in 2 different spaces, which was pretty interesting. The first space was Louisiana Girl and X, or Tara. She started just a normal space to cover the preliminary hearing. And somehow, I'm not sure exactly what happened, how it happened, but a lot of people ended up going into the space because Blake Neff, the guy who was Charlie Kirk's producer, was in that spaces eventually. And I also got to talk to Gary from Paramount Tactical. I did a sort of debate with him for 5 or 10 minutes or so before that. And then Blake Neff entered. Thank you, Christy. I appreciate that. And I'm going to check this band list here real fast. Because who was it who was upset about getting banned? Can someone, or if it was you, can you message again so I know who I'm looking for? Let me try to find you again, because I don't like it is this person here, Chuck Fizzle. Christy, did you ban this person for good reason? If you did, can you let me know? Otherwise, I'm going to try to find him in the ban list over here in your community, I think. I need to remember where this is. Dashboard, settings. Yeah, I need to remember where that is, but we're starting, hopefully we're going to hear maybe from Lance Twiggs today. I don't really know. but it would be nice if we did in the hearing. Keli is still on the ground, but she's not in the StreamYard studio right now. She has an appointment. She has an interview with someone. Basically right now. So she's doing that right now. She should be in the space here pretty soon. Okay, so Christy did not ban you. I did not ban you. Thank you, Christy. Let me put this in D&D real fast. So I don't know what happened, but I'm gonna try to find the thing over here where you would be banned if you were banned. Community. But for the other people, see, I don't know where I go for this. I'm gonna have to find that out later. Maybe if Keli does join, I can do that then. So yeah, I talked to Blake Neff last night. The first spaces was very crazy. It was not very professional, in my opinion. Yeah, I'm gonna try to figure out why here in a second, if I can remember where the spot is. Keats, thank you for the membership. They say the spaces last night with Blake Neff was definitely not on my bingo card. Makes me wonder why he did it though. I think maybe it's because of the prelim hearing. Just everyone's talking about it right now. I heard word that it maybe wasn't organic, but I hope it was organic. But I don't know. But I got to speak with him kind of over the course of a pretty loud and rambunctious crowd for the first spaces. And then the interesting thing was, let me put my bigger banner up here. There we go. Looks more official and newsy now. I really want to find this thing though. Let's see. How to find banned users in your YouTube. It says YouTube Studio settings, community, check hidden users under the automated filters. Search. No, under the automated filters it says. Held. Apply. I'm trying to figure out how to find banned users in here. I know how to find it. I know how to find it. I just don't remember right now. Boy. It's not really helping me out here though. The automated filters, check banned users. I'm gonna have to do that later. I wish it was simpler to find. I think they're using the iPhone app for that though. But anyway, I talked to Blake Neff last night. This person says, be careful with, I'm not going to use the labels. He's going to try to get close to use people who pull from actual accusations at TPUSA. He's going to try to use you as a useful idiot. I don't think so. I try to see the best in people. I would like to think that the reason Blake Neff went into the spaces was for good reasons. I don't know exactly what started it, why he decided to do it, but I would like to read the best intentions into it. And as I've said before, if we want to act like professional reporters here, we need to be respectful. We need to refer to adults by their last name, Mr. Neff, Mr. Farnsworth, Miss Rabon. And we need to be cordial and respectful and professional. And it turns out, I was, in my opinion, probably by far the most professional. Well, I wasn't in there the whole time. I'm not going to say I was like the most professional person in there. I'm not going to say that, but I was definitely intentionally professional. And I think I did a good job of that. So that space, he jumps out of that spaces after like maybe 2 hours because it was getting so out of hand. Every single question was an extremely accusatory question. There was a lot of crosstalk, a lot of disrespect, a lot of you did this, you did that. How dare you do this? How dare you do that? Yeah, it's still available. It's Louisiana Girl on X. I'll actually pull it up here right now if I can and maybe post it into the chat. if this search feature will work. And I keep presenting this screen, but it keeps disappearing for some reason. I don't know why. Share audio, share, and go into this and add to stage. So Louisiana girl Tara on X, she has a spaces. Her handle is, I'll post her handle here. That'll be a good way. And then you can just scroll down on her page and find it there. Sometimes she's in my chat or in our chat here. So who knows, maybe she's watching now. She was in here for a little while last night. That is her handle on X. Then you just scroll down on her page. Let's talk about it. Day 2 preliminary. 18,000 people tuned in, which is insane for Twitter Spaces. That is an insane amount of people to tune into a Twitter Spaces. Normally, you get like a few hundred. So this is right here.
Always appreciate the pushback.
If you look at the visits on the first visit.
But yeah, that's where it is. Just go to her profile and you can check it out. It looks to be 7 hours long, maybe. We had Tara, Matthew, Blake Neff, the other Blake, Paramount Tactical, Alley Top Files, Lens Mac, Muppet Masher, Charlie's Angels. I think her name is, I forget what her name is. Steven, you found it. Perfect. Slick Dog was in there. John from North Carolina. He's been on the show before. He was in there. I was in there. Berman, I talked to him in my spaces a little bit ago. Logic and Reason was in there. I don't think we want to have him on the show. I was in there as well. In and out. But after that spaces ended, or after Blake Neff exited that spaces due to it becoming too chaotic, he went into a new spaces with someone else. I don't know who it was. It was probably a friend or someone he knew really well. And he was bringing people up one at a time. And it seemed like it was people who were his followers or something, because they were all supportive of him. However, I jump in, I request to speak. I don't expect to get to speak in this one because there's already like 50 people in the spaces. But he brings up one person and it's a pretty short interaction. And then they go down and that person was supportive of him. I think, if I remember right. And then he calls me up and I'm shocked because I didn't think that he wanted to talk to people from the last spaces because it was such like an obnoxious and unprofessional spaces. But no, he pulls me up and I fiddle with my mic for a couple seconds, but I figured out. And because I had to fix my mic settings. And then I butcher it. I tell him thanks for coming on because I host so many spaces. So anyway, I kind of butcher my words there. But I ask him about South Asia, about South Korea, because we might have a show coming up on that soon at some point. And Kelly's here. She is still in her hotel room. And there we go. Hey.
Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I'm going to be here very, very briefly. I just wanted to stop by and say hi real quick. I have a meeting in just a few minutes, in like 5 minutes. So, yeah.
Don't be late. Well, thanks for popping in.
Yeah, of course.
On the other side.
How's everything going? Everybody.
As you can see, I'm
okay?
telling everyone about the spaces last night.
Boy, oh boy, was it a spicy one. I think the temperature was through the roof.
Yeah. All right, don't be late.
Okay, I won't. All right, see you guys in a little bit. Appreciate y'all for being here again today, and don't give Jordan too hard of a time, okay?
I'm literally operating on 0 minutes of sleep.
Oh.
All right, goodbye.
I'll be back. Okay, bye.
Bye. Okay, so as I was saying, what was I saying? He brings me up. Blake Knapp, he brings me up to the spaces, and I ask him a question about South Korea. And my question was, so Charlie, Blake Knapp, and Mikey McCoy, and I guess their security detail, they went to South Korea just before the shooting. And so I asked him, first of all, I had information that Blake Neff had been there in advance of Charlie and the others. So I wanted to ask him why he went there in advance. And I did. And he answered that. I don't remember his answer because I was just trying to figure out what my next question was going to be. Something about a personal reason, something about like a friend living over there, nothing that was related to work, I think was his answer. So then I asked him what the mission objective was, what the purpose of the TPUSA trip, and then he answers that. And I don't really remember that answer either. So I'm gonna have to listen to it later. But and then I stepped down because I was not prepared because I didn't know. I fully did not expect him to actually answer or have me come up to the stage. So that was great. It's great to build rapport though, because like I was telling Kelly earlier this morning, when you are like doing play reporter stuff and you want to get people to talk to you, you want to be respectful. You don't want to come in and accuse them of this, accuse them of that, and be disrespectful and call them names, call him Blakey, 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 accusatory question after accusatory question. No, I went in there and I called him Mr. Neff. I asked him, hey, can I ask you about this? And then we go into that. I even referred to Terrell Farnsworth as Mr. Farnsworth. I wanted to have a professional approach. Let me pull my banner back up here. I wanted to have a professional approach. I wanted it to be like I was a professional reporter like Kelly used to be, like I was an actual detective or something. That was the type of atmosphere that I prefer and that I try to instill in my environment. And I wish Kelly had come up, but she didn't want to because it was so chaotic. But yeah, that's what happened last night. As far as the topics that we did discuss in Louisiana Girls Spaces, it was really all over the place. It was crazy. I tried to have like the formal detective interview with him where I say, okay, so you got to UVU and then what happened? I tried to have that conversation and I went a little ways with that. And, you know, people were interjecting in the middle of it because there were so many speakers. And, you know, a lot of people have never had access to this person and suddenly they do. And, you know, everyone wanted to talk to him. So it's difficult to get through that part of the interview. But we got through a little bit of it. We got pretty much right up till the sound of the shot. And then I kind of lost control of it, which is fine because a lot of other people wanted to speak. It's not all about me. And, you know, it wasn't my spaces, but there's some things going around X where people caught him in some lies, I think. But, you know, when I went in there, I wanted to act like I'm just a detective, like I'm a professional reporter. That was my approach. I didn't go in there trying to convince him of anything, to try to score points, to try to catch him in a lie. The other side is valuable as well, but I wanted to build rapport. And I'm probably never going to talk to him again, but that's fine. But who knows? Maybe I will. But I think rapport building is really important. I think it's really important to establish who you are as a professional in this space. Are you the person who comes on there and calls him Blakey Blakey? Or are you the person who comes on there and is respectful and calls him Mr. Neff? I'm the person who calls him Mr. Neff. And, you know, that's the kind of show that Try and Prove It is. We're professional, we are cordial, and we don't call people names. And yeah, we're professional around here. So that's what I tried to do in that spaces. And I think it paid off because I haven't listened to the entire second spaces that he did. But when I did tune in, he wasn't talking to anybody that I knew. It seemed like he was only talking to supporters. As far as I know, I was the only person who was on as far as I know, I was the only person that I know of that he pulled up who was on the conspiracy side in the second one. So I thought that was interesting. I wanted to share that. We are, let me do the math here. It starts at 1 p.m. It is currently, let me do the math here too. It's currently 12. So we're an hour away. Yeah, we're an hour away from the start of the preliminary hearing. So Brandy, let me pull this up. Let me show you this. We have Brandy, Billy, and Teresa Better Life, who I believe are going to be going into the courtroom pretty much right now. So let me see if I can find those posts real fast. Brandy, let's see if this will pull up. Let's just go to her profile here. This was Brandy and Billy, but they split, but I think they're together now, or like they're in person together right now. So yeah, they camped out last night.
In line. In line.
I think they got there at like 4 a.m. or something. This is Billy, I think. I know now that the hotter one.
If I look like I slept 1 hour, it's because I did. I got here at the courthouse at 5 a.m. Tyler Robinson's hearing today is at 1 p.m. They only allow 14 people from the public in, and I was number 7 in line. There is a woman here who got here at midnight and slept in her chair. They also said that we cannot bring anything inside. We cannot bring our phones inside. We can't even bring our nicotine pouches inside. The only thing that we can bring in is a pencil and a notebook. That's the only thing. We can't even have anything in our pockets. So this is going to be a long day here, but it'll be really interesting to see Erica Kirk, Donald Trump Jr., whoever else is showing. We have Brandy over here, and then Teresa. They've also been camping. We're just gonna be hanging out all day. The plan is that we were going to get our wristbands, which they hand out an hour before the doors open, and we were gonna go get ready and then come back. But Fox News is now interviewing Brandy and Teresa right now, and Brandy's like, "I'm in a Machine Gun Kelly shirt." Now we have Elizabeth Lane here. Sorry. We also have Brandy with a Y. I snapped at her on X. Brandy with a Y, are you going to do it?
Okay, so they're going to be in the courthouse today, so good for them. They camped out. Kelly might do that tomorrow. She was talking about it. But yeah, she might be in there tomorrow. We don't really know. It's up to her. And it kind of just depends on how she's feeling in the morning. So yeah, they're going to be in there today. So we will be looking forward to hearing what they have to say after court today. So yeah, good for them. What else can we talk about? I also got to talk to Gary from Paramount Tactical. Let me tell you about that. So here on the Try and Prove It show, we are leading, Kelly and I, our leading hypothesis is the fake death theory. We have other theories as well in second place and third place, but our leading theory is the faked death theory. And that involves the work that I do with the CO2 pendant gun. I focus on the mechanical, like we have with our logo. Can I pull up the logo? Where's the logo? Logo, please. This logo here. I'm the mechanic. I'm like the technical person, and Kelly is like the contextual person. So Gary, I talked to him last night, and I kind of debated him on the mechanics of what physically happens to Charlie Kirk's neck and what happens on his body at the time of the shot. Anybody else live streaming with someone on the ground? I don't know, but let me pull this up real fast. I want to do this real fast. I should be doing this. Here we go. You can't see that. She is that it? I don't know where she is. I think she's almost there. Yeah, she's good. Okay, anyway, sorry for the dead air there. We believe in the fake death theory. So I think that it was a CO2 pentagon, or at least this is my leading hypothesis as far as what happened. And I debated Gary Melton from Paramount Tactical on the spaces last night, on Terrace Spaces, on Louisiana Girl Spaces, and it was good. I think I did a good job. I think I did a good job. I think you should listen to it. I'm not going to play it here. I guess I could play it. We have like an hour. So, you know what? Why don't we play it? Should we play it? Chat, should I play bits and pieces of it, of my debate with Gary Melton? So here's the thing, though. You look at the people he's had on his show before. I'm going to invite him to try and prove it. I've invited him before, and I haven't heard back from him onto like a Thursday night show. Who knows? Maybe we can get him tomorrow night. Seeing a lot of yeses in the chat. Perfect. I've invited him onto the show, and he's not accepted that offer. Maybe I'll extend it to him again. But he has had Kelly on. He's had Bays on. He's had Blake Bednar's on. And he's had Eco on from X. And we've had him on the show as well. So that's 4 people in Kelly and I's friend group who have all been on his show. So I want to go on his show. I do. I know that people don't like Gary, but that's fine. I want to go on a show. Or I would like to have him on our show. I think it would be better if it was on our show because Kelly does a really good job moderating those. And we have a really good format, I think. But anyway, let's go ahead and play some clips of that. What was the other space where you got to talk to Blake? Blake Neff, the other one. I don't know where that is. I was trying to find it earlier this morning. It's not on Blake's page because he didn't start the space. He wasn't hosting it. Blake Bednar's isn't okay. He's friends with Kelly. I don't know what my colleagues with Kelly. So yeah, like we're constantly back and forth. So yeah, we're in the same friend group, whatever. But no, the second one that Blake Neff was in, I don't know where that one is. I'm sure I can find it somehow. Yes, 1 p.m. Utah time. That is Mountain time. So that is 2 p.m. Central and 3 p.m. And 3 p.m. Eastern. Isabella Moody. Thank you, Snake Baby. Let me pull that up right now. Isabella Moody. People. Yes, that looks like the same profile. Thank you. Mr. Moody Takeover. I don't think it's that one. Or maybe it is that one. I guess it is that one. Is it this one? 3. Yeah, it is this one.
What up, guys? Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
How are you, Blake?
So we'll play this real fast. This was the second one that happened where I was shocked that he actually pulled me up. That he actually let me speak.
I'm sorry that they were hammering you down on the last space, bro. I know you have nothing to do with Trump.
Is the audio good? Is that enough? Let me see if I can repost it. I don't know. Here we go. Christy, I just reposted it so you can find it.
Charlie's death.
Oh, well, thank you.
It's a little low. I don't know that there's anything I can do to fix that. But thank you, Snake Baby. Appreciate it. I don't know that I can fix the volume. I think it's just the space. And I need to fix this so that I can... I need to reformat this so I can increase the volume. Maybe tomorrow I'll have that fixed. But we have to deal with it for now.
It's just no, I don't mind it. Actually, and they've sat she numerous times at this point.
Got it.
Self-centered because
that's her motive.
So frankly, there is that of a pay. There's unnerved by
or whoever.
I will consider this.
I highly recommend if you bring up like
one, but you have that.
Hello, Josie. Do you have a question? With
my bad. Thank you for having me on. I
listen right now.
Okay, so for people just joining us, this is Blake Neff. If you're not familiar with who that is, he's on the Charlie Kirk show basically every day. So Charlie Kirk show, just in case you're not familiar, Where is like their live stream at? Is this it? Where's their live stream at? Charlie Kirk Show. Where is that? Maybe this is it.
On because
so this is Blake Neff right here. And can we get the other studio shot where we can see that this is the dude who's actually in the studio?
Thank you guys so much.
Yeah, so this is the dude. I talked to the dude who actually sits in the Charlie Kirk studio last night, and a lot of people did. So that was pretty cool, you know? So I talked to Blake Neff. I didn't get to talk to Andrew Colvett. That would have been nice, but I talked to Blake. And here it is. So what happened first was there was another space that someone I've been friendly with for a long time, Louisiana girl. Her name is Tara. She's on X. She's great. She did a space, and somehow all these people joined, and Blake Neff joined, and it kind of got out of hand because there was a lot of disrespect and a lot of crosstalk and a lot of super accusatory questions. So that went on for a couple hours. I was in that space for like an hour off and on, and I think I did a good job. And evidence of that is when Blake got out of that one to go into a different one where he controlled who came in to keep it respectful, he actually had me come up. So here we go.
I'm bringing up Jordan now.
Blake is a space boomer. This is true.
I'm a big boomer. I've never done this. So just going to do this one at a time, like a boomer typing one key at a time. Jordan, do you have a question?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thanks for coming on. I host a lot of spaces. My bad. Thank you for having me on. I appreciate it. So we talked a little bit in the other spaces. I was trying to keep it as professional as I could. But, you know, there's 20 other speakers. So what I wanted to ask you about was the trip to Asia or the trip to South Korea. Can I ask you about that?
Yeah, sure.
So I've been doing some research into that, and I wanted to know, did you go there in advance of Charlie?
I did.
Would you be willing to say why? Like, what was the mission over there?
I went ahead of Charlie because this will sound weird, but by complete coincidence, a friend of mine was getting married in Seoul to a Korean woman, and he invited me, and it lined up with that trip. And so I asked, could I go ahead of time? And I did, and it was great. And I seized that opportunity because I am a bit of a traveler, and so it was a good opportunity to get a few days in Seoul. So I was checking out the museums there and stuff, but that's why I was there early. I was not there as like an advanced team for Charlie's trip.
Perfect. And what was the goal of the mission or of the trip?
Well, Charlie had been invited to appear at this event. It was called Build Up Korea. If you look at it, it's clearly like a Korean iteration, like it's imitating the way Turning Point would do an event. It has that synthwave color scheme, has the Turning Point style list of speakers. And Charlie was invited to speak at that. A lot of the other speakers were also people who've been associated with Turning Point endeavors. I think like Bill Federer was a speaker there. I think a few pastors that we're friends with were speakers there. So he'd been invited out for that. It also lined up with he'd been invited to speak at that Sensei Ito party, had that event in Japan. And so he was going to that as well. And so I think it was partly that. There may have been other, if you wanted to meet with one of those pastors who was getting accused of interference in politics and facing prosecution. I know we met with representatives of that guy. He may have had like other objectives, but from my perspective, I was involved in like the preparation for the appearance at that event.
Thank you for that answer. That's all I have. I'll give it to someone else. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you.
So that was that. And I'm going to scroll through there here in a bit just to see if I was the only like conspiracy person who came up. Let's see. Does anyone know like who all got to go up on that spaces? Was it just like who else from our like friend circle might have gone up there? I don't know any of these people. I feel like I recognize this account, but I'm not sure why.
It leads to charges, but they told them, hey, you need
better faith and more magnanimity. I'm gonna.
I will say,
or whatever it was, wealth problem. Yeah. When I lived in
you and her blessings, you know what I mean? Just that
energy and stuff.
Yeah, you were probably with Maxwell.
Okay, anybody in here? See, I don't see anyone. I know Lisa Logan, but I don't know. I don't think she's in in our friend circle. I don't know if she's conspiracy minded. But what is TAPI? Try and prove it. Right now, the acronym is just turned into just TPI because it's cleaner. But try and prove it. That's the name of the show. Thank you for the question. So yeah, I'm looking at this speaker list here, and I do not see any of the other conspiracy people, but I know that they were in as listeners, so that's interesting. Thank you, Christy. But I'm looking at it now, and I don't think that
going for
the antithesis.
I think this would be the full list of speakers, and I don't see anyone in there. So that's interesting. I think I did a good job, you guys. I was respectful, and I got to go up second. I built rapport. Yeah. Okay. So let's go over to Gary into the other spaces, and we'll listen to the other cool thing that I did that I think is cool as we wait for the preliminary hearing to start. This is the feed right here from KSL. So we're still 45 minutes away, so we have time to do this. And people in the chat didn't want to hear it, so.
Stance, like when it came out, like, hey,
Herman,
hurry up, hop in.
Well, I know, but you could.
We have movement across like 4
upward. You can actually see.
Right.
Yes. I appreciate the pushback and the
Yep, you got
different
it.
perspective.
He is. He's very nice, isn't he? Like I like hearing.
He's
back.
persistent. Yes.
Under cross exam.
Perfectly clear.
How are you this afternoon?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
We're good.
Doing a lot of
Let me get Blake back up. I think he wants to talk to you. Blake, I'm gonna have to remove you and then add you back because it's not giving me the feature.
Can I ask a question of Gary?
Sure. If you're asking me.
Everyone be respectful, please.
Of course.
Jordan, I know you will be. But go ahead.
My question is, if I were a customer, a potential customer, and I was maybe going to buy into the Tyler Robinson federal narrative, the reason I won't buy it is because I don't understand the shirt behavior, the necklace behavior. I don't understand how that's possible with cavitation because the back of the shirt puffing out first. When I layer a video of high-speed cavitation time synced to 30 FPS, 60 FPS, it doesn't line up. I don't understand it. When I look at the peak prosperity tests and the range day bro tests, the behavior is categorically different, and I can't reconcile that. Can you help me out?
Well, sure. And I've talked about this a lot. I mean, number one, anytime that you're going to do a ballistic test, especially if you don't have the same, you don't have a person, you don't have the same T-shirt, you don't have the same necklace, you're not hitting in the exact same spot, you're going to have some differences. I haven't really looked at what their tests, I've seen them. I get heavy into them. I just don't think that you're replicating enough for it to even make sense. I'm sorry, somebody was breaking up. I don't know if it's my phone or signal or somebody else's.
No, it's not you.
Okay. So, I mean, I've talked about this at length. I just posted another photo about that today on the live stream that kind of addresses some of this. I don't know that it's going to meet your standard of whether or not you're going to believe it, and that's everybody's choice, right? But at the end of the day, what I believe that happened is basically we had a round impact his vertebrae. That energy was transferred directly to the rear of the necklace, and just like in Newton's cradle. So that rear of the necklace was suddenly accelerated to, I don't know how, but very fast. And then what that causes is the front of the necklace to violently and rapidly go upward. You can actually see Midgray posted this, but then I posted the photo on its own blown up. You can literally see where Charlie Kirk's vertebrae on the back is separated and deformed and protruding into the skin, which is exactly where the back of the necklace was. So if I take the back of the necklace and we have a linear force going to the rear, again, that round was probably moving at least around 2,000 feet per second. I don't know how much of velocity that bled off from the time of entry, but it was still obviously going very fast. And then that you have a very short but rapid acceleration of the back of the necklace. The necklace in the front goes up. I mean, I think it's pretty straightforward
I have
explanation.
I have two comments on that, and I'm interrupting because I don't want to get cut off. Thank
No,
you.
that's fine. Go ahead.
Two issues. Number one, we have the 60 FPS video from stage right to Charlie's right, 60 FPS, the 4K one. And it doesn't appear as though the necklace is disturbed until about 5 frames into the event. So I have issue with that. And also I hear your comment about it looks as though the vertebrae is protruding into the skin, but I think you might be reading too much into it because of video compression.
Look, I mean, I don't think what we see in that picture can be explained by video compression. I think it's pretty obvious that we see a physical deformation and not something that is an artifact. The other thing too is, again, when you are shooting at 2,000 feet per second, even at 30 frames per second, you're missing 98% of the movement, 98.4% of the movement. It's not
And that's
exactly
an issue.
It is.
That's actually problematic for that theory because when you do line it up, you're absolutely right. 95% of the movement should be in one frame, but it's just not. We have movement across like 4 or 5 frames.
I said the opposite. You're missing 95.4% of movement between frames. That's what you're
I
missing.
understand. I understand now. Okay.
Yeah. So you're missing 95% of the action taking place at 2,000 feet per second. Obviously, at that point, we're not talking about 2,000 feet per second. So when you say we don't see movement until 5 frames in, I disagree with that. I think there was movement taking place. We just don't happen to capture it. And by the way, other cameras, of course, they're not perfectly synced, and which is a good thing. So we see different movements at the exact same time. We're getting different. We're capturing different things at the exact same time with different cameras. So
Jordan Wilson.
I'm being a little bit more precise with my statement there about the back of the necklace. I'm saying that it appears to not be disturbed. Yes, the back of the shirt does appear to be significantly disturbed in the rearward direction. However, the necklace appears to not be disturbed, and that's hugely problematic for cavitation.
I'm not exactly. I don't know that I'm following exactly. I hear what you're saying. It's not making sense to me. I'll say it that way.
Okay, let me rephrase then. If you were to just add a puff of air in the back, that's what it looks like. The puff of air is not going to disturb the necklace, but it will disturb the shirt. That's what it seems like we see. When the necklace wraps around coming from the front to the back, we see it wrap around the neck coming off the neck. I would not expect to see that if the majority of the energy was starting in the back. I would expect to see that significantly disturbed and not resting on the back of the neck anymore. But that is what we observe.
I'm going to send you this post of mine.
And real quick, can I jump in?
Sorry, my apologies. Am I back? I should be back. I should be 1, 2. There we go. Am I still going through? Am I still going through? I'm still going through. Perfect. Okay, that was weird. Sorry about that. What? And thank you, chat. Appreciate it. I'm going to show you what's going on. What we were talking about there with the back of the neck and all that stuff. When we track forward, we see the shirt puff out. Okay. But we still see the necklace still resting in the same spot. So shirt puffs out. But then the necklace is still resting on the back of the neck, and that seems problematic for cavitation theory, because if this actually is not the right video, I need to find the other video. So give me a second. This is not the right video. We're missing half the frames here. This is being played back in 30. So I need to find that real fast. Give me a second, but let's just go back. But basically, what I'm saying, I've done this many times on this show and on my own show, but this frame in particular shows the back of the necklace remaining somewhat undisturbed on the back of the neck, which appears to be inconsistent with a violent force originating at the back of the neck. You would expect the back of the necklace to be disturbed, but it's just not. And in all the empirical tests that we've done so far, it breaks in the back, the necklace does, but it doesn't on the stay. So I don't think it's cavitation. And also, you know what I can also show you? Give me a second here. We have time. We have 35 minutes to go. I'm gonna show you this too. Project manager, mashup clips, trailer, transitions, intro, cavitation speed. I want to show you this too. I showed Kelly this the other night. She didn't really get it, but maybe you guys will get it. It was late at night when I showed her that, so I'll give her credit for that. When we look at this, this is the time synced stuff that I was talking about. This is simulating cavitation. So on this frame, we already have the back of the shirt puffing out. This is time synced. This is like 20,000 frames per second or 200,000 frames per second. So we would expect the whole necklace to be expanding right now, I think. I don't remember exactly what this is supposed to show, but basically I time synchronized it to the high speed stuff, and it just doesn't fit. But I need to do some more work on that with some more footage and with Peak Prosperity's footage and get you some more better data on that. But it just doesn't seem like it lines up, you know? It just doesn't match. But anyway, back to the spaces, and then we'll get back to covering the, what is this? I want that. I want, oh dear, oh God, oh God, oh God. Not that, fuck. Oh boy, I need a better computer here. Okay, all right, get this off the screen, please. All right, there we go. I want the other Google Chrome tab. There we go. That Google Chrome tab. Thank you. And let's go back to playing this.
And also, and just, hey, Gary, it's Bednar's. Like the order of the wound, man. I mean, it's the last thing to appear.
No, the
it's
shirt,
not though.
The shirt obscures it. The shirt obscures it, and again.
Oh, update to, I think it was Chuck Fizzle. You said that you were banned, and I'm going to show you this if I can, but it's not going to let me show you it. Ugh. Maybe if I do this, it'll let me show you it. This is our account settings, so I can actually show you right now. These are the only 2 people who are hidden on the Try and Prove It channel. So I don't see your name there. So I don't believe that you're banned on this channel. So that's the best I can do for you. So yeah, that's where it would be, but you're not there. And I don't really know why Kimberly was banned, but I know why the other person was. Moving on.
It's not the last thing that appears. Just because you don't
So
see
do you
it,
think
it's not
that
necessarily...
the 4K video that Terrell has the SD cards, or that they just, I mean, Gary, do you think we're going to see a lot more?
Yeah, I do.
We're trying to stay on topic here, at least for a little while longer.
we're definitely going to see a lot more definition out of that. I mean, that's what I think that we know that's what the judge looked at yesterday. Judge Graff looked at yesterday. So, I mean, if we had that information, and I don't know that will ever be released to the public. Hopefully it'll get leaked or something along those lines. But I think I would love to have those, because I think those cameras would put a lot of this to bed.
But to that point, though, about the front of the neck wound, it does, like, we see the shirt come up and that obscures the neck wound. So the majority of, given federal narrative, the majority of everything that happens in that first frame. And like Gary said, we only, like 95% of the stuff happens in between frames. We don't see it. The shirt obscures it before it would naturally appear.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, ultimately, we need more information. We need more cameras. Well, what we would need is a camera that's filming in 10,000 frames per second. And that's been the challenge with all of this at the beginning, is that we're all trying to, we're trying to interpret an extremely high-speed event and a high-energetic event that's with 30 frames per second. And we have one camera that's kind of further off. The UVU is what, 60 frames per second? Is that correct?
I think that's 30, but the 60 FPS is stage right. I forget the dude's name, but it's not maybe 20, 30 feet away.
It's Cub Keller's video.
Yes, sir.
Cub Keller was shooting in 60 frames per second, which is wild to me. I mean, I'm glad he was. But most people.
But the issue, I hear your point about super, super fast velocity impact, but that's kind of begging the question a little bit. And I want to look at it as maybe something else without bringing that conclusion into it. When we line up 1,000, or not 1,000, I think it's like 20,000 frames per second high-speed video, when we time synchronize that to this event, it happens way too fast. So I don't think it's actually that high velocity of an impact.
So what do you think it is?
The best way that I can reproduce it, either in a simulation in the computer or in real life, is with a CO2 pendant gun that is designed to cut a neck prosthetic.
We're back to he's actually alive and his death was faked theory. Is that where we're at?
I'm not reading that into it yet, but the only way I can explain what I observe or reproduce it either in a simulation or in real life is with a CO2 pendant gun or similar.
Okay.
And my position on that matter, my position on the matter is we should take a scientific approach, try to reproduce it. If you
And right there, I did speak over the host there, and I realized that as I was doing it. Typically, what just happened? What happened? Where did it go? That was weird. It just glitched out. Sorry. But I did talk over the host there knowingly, and I did that because it's so difficult to talk to this guy. So you can probably debate whether or not I should have done that, but I probably would have done it again because it's so difficult to get to talk to this guy.
When to get shot public.
Unless it like
From the surveillance camera.
then, if you were to just add a puff of air in the windows from the CO2,
You to check our box of diversity.
Like, he would be the best actor on the fake that did forensic analysis of audio with the butler.
the stage right. I forget the dude's name, but it's without right.
so, kind of in his defense, like I understand where he's kind of, he has no comeback, so to speak. So,
I've done about 700 tests.
Theory,
Here's what the comeback is it's a hypothesis that I think you have to exclude a lot of different evidence. And even with what George's saying, he hasn't proven this, and he's saying, hey, the best way to prove this is to get a ballistics gel dummy and to test this out. The problem is that a ballistics gel dummy is not an analog, not even close. You're not going to get the same results with a ballistic gel dummy.
You can try.
Sure,
no defeatism. I'm asking you to try.
Well, I'm not going to try it because I think it's a waste of time. I don't think that
Why not?
There's any evidence. If you want to try it, you're welcome to. But
well, I don't have the funding to. But if you can People have
I don't
been
have the time
asking
to.
since the very beginning if someone can use a rifle to get that shirt to yank up to his ear, then you're cooking with peanut oil.
I think there's probably better tests to do that with.
Can I speak on something?
I'm not running the space, so I mean, it's whoever.
Hey.
It's Louisiana girl's choice. Who's and again, when we start going into, it's like we have to come up with all these other things to add on from to support a hypothesis that I don't think makes sense to begin with. But
That's actually what the data says, is that it went into the van or into the water.
I disagree with that data. I've seen a lot of data with a lot of other people, and let me tell you something. When it comes to audio analysis, I can tell you from extensive time with people that do this professionally at the forensic level with Butler. I'm not a big fan of that. I think you can end up getting just about whatever you want out of it. And I spoke to 5 different companies that did forensic analysis of audio with the Butler, and with the exact same data set. All these I'm talking, all these have like 5 to 10 guys working on this that are audio engineers, is what they do for a living. They came up with like 5 different conclusions. So, and then ultimately, we have a standard because we know what actually, at this point, I think we know exactly what took place. We can talk about whatever conspiracy, and I think there's a conspiracy behind Butler. I think there's a conspiracy behind Tyler. I don't think that he.
Let me ask you this. How
Yeah,
many
go
of those experts have looked into Crack Thump? Crack Thump does put it at Losi Center roof. I agree. But when you look at the orientation, when you do the more detailed analysis, that specifies a more specific direction, which is actually into the van and not into Charlie Kirk.
Here's what I'll say. On those 5 companies that did this for a living, to include doing firearms analysis and going exactly through the Crack Thump, the problem is there's variables in there. There's some assumptions of number one, you have to weed out any echoes, which is going to be very difficult. It was difficult in Butler where there wasn't a lot of flat, hard surfaces. It's going to be 10 times more difficult to do that within UVU. That's just a fact. There's like, that place is literally an amphitheater. It's like the worst place that you could do an audio analysis from. So
I agree. And there's 7 other caveats to the analysis that I did that you can read it in my article where I summarized my stuff.
I'm
not a complete hypothesis. It's not complete yet. You're absolutely right.
So what I'm saying here is like, it's like, okay, well, what I'm saying is that there was a gunshot. Well, first of all, let's start off with where you end up. And that is, hey, I think this was a CO2 cartridge. And here's the other real problem that I have with this, Jordan. I've seen a lot of people get killed. And I'm telling you, what I watched was the death of Charlie Kirk. And when we talk about special effects on a movie scene set and everything else, it's one thing to fool the camera and to fool the viewer, but you're not fooling the people on the set. There's things that go in that are involved there that are hidden.
That's why,
that are carefully cropped. But when you're surrounded by 3,000 people, and again, when you go to the left and to the right, I mean, there's people behind Charlie Kirk. There was people off to his side. Like, there was no way where to hide all of this stuff, and then to have the amount, the volume of blood that we had, and then I'm telling you, like, he would be the best actor on the face of the planet if he looked the way that he did. It's just not. It's not even possible. So that's where I'm starting.
I hold my beer. I've already done a lot of work on the disguise and the versatility of it. And yes, the job here is significantly more difficult in this environment because it's basically theater in the round, 360-degree arena, and people getting super close to him. But when you watch a Hollywood movie and someone gets shot in the neck, they don't have their shirt yank up to their ear. The shirt yanking up to his ear is the side effect of the technology you use to solve that problem.
But if they were so good at what they were doing, and they planned this out to the nth degree, which they clearly did because they got away with it in front of.
So anyway, that is the debate that I did. I guess you can call it a debate. My audio's on. I guess you can call it a debate. I think I did a good job. What do you guys think? Maybe I'll have some more conversations with him in the future. Maybe you can come on to our show, try and prove it. or maybe he'll invite me like he has a lot of our other friends here. So we are here today not to just talk about all the stuff that I did last night, but to talk about the hearing that's supposed to happen today. Looks like their feed goes live in 11 minutes, and we are going to start in about 20 minutes. Keli is still at her appointment, so I don't know that she's going to be able to report live from the front of the courthouse. It's already kind of late to do that anyways. So why don't we check some other channels and see if anyone else has live coverage, like maybe AP News, perhaps? Let's see what coverage they have. Yeah,
You did it. Lock.
Do they have any one live on the ground? Because we don't have Keli right now. We have Keli, but she's doing something that's much more important than this. I think it's much more important than this, hopefully. And AP News, I think, was the one who had it last time. Yeah, here. Aha, we do have a live feed. Perfect. Keli's not there right now, though, but that's okay. But the last 2 times she has been. And she's still on the ground. She's just not at the courthouse at this moment. So, has anyone seen anything interesting on X? Any interesting people coming in who haven't come in before? Chat? Gary said that they did a good job. They must have because they got by with it. Tyler Robinson innocent. Probably talking about the prosecution. Ooh. Jordan, if you think he is alive, what way do you see him coming back? There must be some end goal. No way he stays in fighting forever. I think he probably actually does stay in hiding forever. That's what typically happens. If he was in witness protection, that's usually what happens. It's crazy to think about, but it is something that happens. So I don't think he's coming back, and I know that I speak for Keli on that as well. This coverage is from AP News. There's Elizabeth Lane. So I guess she didn't get inside the courthouse today. And that's Teresa Better Life, I think. So I guess she didn't get into the court, or maybe they did get into the courthouse and they just haven't gone inside yet. She has like a wristband there. She has some wristbands on. I don't know if that's the wristband. I think, you know what? I think it is the wristband because it's yellow. I guess that's it. So I guess they're going into the courthouse today. Cool. Good for them. That's what happens when you camp out, I guess. Anybody else? I guess she's going into the courthouse as well. Anybody else interesting? I wish she's still not on the move. Anyone else interesting here? There's Charles McClintock Wilson. Jack Posobiec's brother. I don't know who that is. Does anyone here look like he might be Jack Posobiec's brother? Maybe this dude here? Maybe this dude here? I don't think it would be this dude, but it might be this dude. It's probably this dude. Yeah, that's probably Jack Posobiec's brother. I don't know. Looks like... No. So court should be starting in about 20 minutes. And yeah, so I think all the people with yellow wristbands are the ones who are going to be in the courthouse today. Why don't we check X and see if anything interesting happened? Keli could be there asking McClintock some questions. She might do that later. She might do that after the trial or the hearing today. But I didn't pose that to her, but I can certainly bring it up later. You say too much? I don't think so. I don't think I say too much. So let's go over to just here. Has anyone posted anything interesting from this? Let me refresh. A lot of people talking about the new footage from yesterday in the trial. Or not in the trial, but in the hearing. I'm not seeing any other stuff that seems interesting, though. So let's just give this another refresh and see if there's any new news coming out of the court area. Ian Carroll's YouTube video about yesterday's hearing. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, so yesterday was pretty rough. We had to go through a ton of DNA stuff. They had to take us, well, they didn't have to, but they did. The defense decided to take us through like an entire afternoon of like deep DNA science that probably wasn't necessary. I don't think that their goal of making it seem less reliable was achieved. All that it did for me was make it more confusing and more boring. It did not make me doubt the validity of the DNA one bit. But they, I think, extended that technical exploration well past the bounds of a preliminary hearing. But they did it anyway. And that was the objection that the state raised quite a few times. Yeah, I don't think we're going to hear from Keli before the start of the hearing, but that's okay. Yeah, I don't think so. She's still in her appointment. So, but the good news is that witness, I believe, flew out of the area. So we don't have to talk about DNA today. No offense to her. It's just I'm kind of tired of hearing about DNA, and I kind of think she's probably sick of talking about DNA, at least the way it was being discussed, which was in a very heavy technical manner that did not serve the judge, I don't think, in my opinion, but that's just my opinion. Any other new stuff coming from the courthouse today? I don't see anything. We have a few podcasters making it into the courthouse, which is always good. What is Ian's web for research? Someone tell me more, please. We have, do we know any of these people? Is that one girl? No, I don't know who that is. McClintock is right here. I think, yeah, that's McClintock Wilson, I think. If you don't know, that is the photographer who took most of the high quality images of Charlie on the day. We also have anyone else that we recognize? I don't think so. And Keli, if you're just joining us, Keli is still in the area, but she has an appointment right now that she is still at. And I do not believe she's going to have time to report from the front of the courthouse before we begin today. Is adjourn? I think the right word for that is adjourn. But everyone, please be advised that I'm literally operating on less than 0 minutes of sleep today, because I literally did not sleep a single wink last night. So if I'm tired, cut me some slack, please. I guess I can say this. This is public knowledge. Blake Bednarz is in the area, and I don't see him in here. I don't really know why. I guess he doesn't want to come to the courthouse. And Diligent Dennison is also in the area. I think I saw him in the stream earlier, but he was in our stream with Kelly yesterday. The web period? I don't know what that means. I don't know what you guys are talking about, sorry. So he has warrants? I mean, maybe. But we're not going to get into that here. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'm not going to discuss that here, though, because some of that is private information. So I'm not going to discuss that. Check out his show. Web AI would be an awesome tool, I think. You would be able to put to use in lots of types of researching. Check out his show. Ian's Web, the website address. Should I Google that? Maybe I should Google that and see what you guys are talking about. We have about 10 minutes here. What should I Google? Web is his on AI site for organizing, and is that one of those like weird AI sites that they all look the same? Okay, Ian Carroll. Is it iancarroll.com maybe? Like Kelly and I have? I don't think it's this. Like I have Jordan at jordanhenshaw.com, or I have jordanhenshaw.com. Kelly has kelirabon.com. Maybe he has Ian. Is it RR and then LL? I think it is. Ian Carroll. Ethical hacker. That's not the one I'm looking for. Joe Rogan. Yeah, I spelled it right. So it's not that one then. Can you guys tell me what? It's an app. Created web. It's also on X. Is it something I can Google to see what you guys are talking about? Web, like, is it just web.com? Or is that even a thing, like web.web? Web.com. Where are you guys sending me? Write message. I'm not gonna write a message. I don't know what y'all are talking about, sorry. Got to give me more clear instructions. Google the web. It's Ian Carroll's AI. I heard that, but I don't know how I access it. The web. Quotes the web. Kelly would be so proud of me. Oh, here we go. Millions of documents across Epstein, FBI, 9/11, sacred texts. You guys know how I feel about sacred texts. If you saw our 2 shows a little while ago about ancient technology and UFOs. FBI vault. This isn't as bad as some of the AI sites, but you can tell that it is an AI site. Make the truth conversational. What are you supposed to do on this? I never watched Ian. No, not really. Like a long time ago, I think I listened to one of his shows, and I think I see clips from time to time, but I don't really watch his show, no. Dive into the files, I guess. I don't want to log in. No, I'm not giving you my stuff. I don't want to give you my stuff. I don't know. What am I supposed to do? Dive into the files. I don't want silly string. Why does it have silly string? Why? Can someone please explain to me why there is silly string here? What has happened here? I mean, props to the developer, but I don't understand why I have silly string. Oh, here we go. Can I make a smiley face with this? Boop, boop, boop. Kind of, not really. What happens if I left click? Oh. Can I make a circle around this? Oh, it has a limit to how many things you can have, I guess. Is that what happened? Oh yeah, it disappears them. Oh, he vibe coded it? I can see that for sure. I mean, he probably used ChatGPT. Well, I don't know if is he a developer? He might be a developer. I want to say he is. Is this a timeout when they disappear, or is it a max count? Let's see. Let's see. When does it disappear? Is that one gonna? Oh, it fades out slowly over time. I see. So if I add like a bunch of them, what happens if I add a bunch of them? Boop, 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 boop. Okay, so it's not a counter. It's just they slowly fade over time. But I was trying to press the button, and I don't know what I did, but the button doesn't work anymore. But we're having fun with this now. He has a team? Yeah, he probably does. He does something with Candace Owens. Does anyone know how I get rid of the silly string? Escape? No, it's not escape. How do I get rid of the silly string? This is like the best live stream. Do I have to pay for it to get rid of the silly string? We are at 255, so... Okay, so they started that feed, so... Let's just try to figure out how to get rid of the silly string, and then we can move on here. Daytime mode. How do I get rid of the silly string, though? What did I do to start the silly string? Kelly's going to be so confused if she tunes in. She's not, she's still at her appointment, though. Oh, it's gone. What did I do? Did it just time out? I don't know, man. But we got to go over to the trial now. Cool coding, I guess, on the silly string. But I don't know what I was supposed to do, and I don't really want to, you know, give him my email. All right. You guys are setting me up for all of the weird stuff. All right, so this is day 3. You messaged Ian to come help me. That would be terrific. I don't know how he would, though. He doesn't have my number. Yeah, Kelly's not going to be here for at least a little bit. Yeah. Ian has a tutorial on it. Well, we have to start the hearing now here pretty soon. So we're going to wait for the hearing to start, and then I'm going to switch to a different feed that has better audio. Well, I guess we can try this one out. When this starts, let me know if the audio is good. I think it's going to be low because it has been in the past, but some of the other news channels have it boosted a little bit. So that's why I've been going to the other news channel. So I want you guys to have good audio. But hey, I'm doing a pretty good job hosting today for someone who's literally operating on 0 minutes of sleep, yeah? You uploaded the court transcripts. That's pretty cool. You can search for keywords then. Although I suppose you could do that just on YouTube, though, like we do on the show sometimes, like Kelly taught me. I think Kelly taught me that. She claimed she did, but I think that Paul guy might have taught me at first how to go into a YouTube video and find the transcript and search in the transcript. Paul, I haven't seen him chat for a while. I don't think he's listening, but Paul, I forget what his other screen name is, but the dude who went on Jesse once. He actually owns some of those David Yurman necklaces and some of those David Yurman pendants. And he has his own theory, which is a, I don't know if I want to go into that because I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what his, I don't know. But he went on to Jesse, and then I had him on, and then, yeah. Anyway. Am I able to invite Ian Carroll to a YouTube collab through StreamYard? I don't think he wants to come on our show. And I don't typically just have random people come on my show, especially when I'm working with Kelly, because we like to have a controlled environment. And we typically don't like to just bring in random people because I don't necessarily like it. I mean, Ian Carroll isn't necessarily a random person, but I don't know if VTO Army is actually in contact with Ian Carroll. But in general, I do not invite people onto my streams or onto Try and Prove It streams in the middle of the stream unless Kelly and I have discussed that ahead of the stream. That's our general rule. Yeah, he's not a random person, but just in the general scheme of things, Kelly and I definitely did not discuss having Ian Carroll come on. We're okay, yeah. 26 watching on Try and Prove It. We have several more viewers on Kelly's channel, but the Try and Prove It channel is it's growing. I'll put it that way. But once we get fully monetized, once everyone subscribes to the Try and Prove It on YouTube, then we can do a lot more work specifically on the Try and Prove It channel. Because, yeah, I don't know when we're going to hear from Kelly, unfortunately. She's still at her appointment, which is good in the grand scheme of things, just not necessarily great for the stream. But I'm proud of her for doing the thing that she's doing right now. I'm very proud. Kelly might be sus of him justifiably. Oh, of Ian Carroll. I don't watch him enough to have an opinion on that. I don't know. He filled in for Candace once. So he's affiliated in that way. And some people have some thoughts on Candace. So that could be true. Kelly would approve, I think. He would blow this channel up. He deserves it, or it deserves it. Yeah, but just as a general rule, we do not have people come on if Kelly and I do not discuss it in advance. Typically. We had John from North Carolina come on in the middle of the stream, which we had some thoughts on later on how to do that better. So as a general rule, just common sensing it. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Is the David Yerman necklace and pendant the most important item you need for field testing? I would say so. Yeah, I would say so. Because like that's, I mean, I need a ballistics dummy with a skeleton. That's pretty important. I already have the shirt. And then those necklaces and pendants are very expensive. So that's definitely one of the factors. And like I said, when I was talking to Gary, I would do that test tomorrow, but I'm not funded to. So Jordan, the string is used on the case board. Oh, see, hold on. We have a thingamabobber here. Media asset. This is Kelly and I are kind of sharing this StreamYard right now. But this is hold on. This is Kelly's background for her channel right now. I guess, is that it? Is that what you were talking about? I guess that's the silly string. Very cool. Okay, I get it now. It's the conspiracy board. I get it now. Perfect. At the stage. There we go. Kelly is still in her appointment, looks like. I think. Yeah, she's still in her appointment, so I don't think we're going to hear from her before the start of the trial. Which is okay, because it's very important what she's doing right now. We should have her on the ground after. She does discuss that occasionally. I think I don't want to speak for her too much, but I think I can. We both have a Christian background. I grew up that way. She grew up that way. I think she identifies as Christian, but not like devout or anything. I'll leave it at that. She bears the fruit for sure. Chuck? Yeah, I would agree with that in general. And you can tell that
Session.
I
Calling
have that
case
back.
251-403-576, State of Utah versus Tyler James Robinson. Counsel, please enter your appearances.
Is the audio good?
Good afternoon.
Kathy Nestor, Richard Novak, Michael Burt, and Stacy Visser for Mr. Robinson, who's present in the courtroom, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. Mr. Robinson, good afternoon. And also for the record, the court recognizes the presence of the victim representative, Ms. Erica Kirk. Good afternoon. First, with respect to courtroom protocol to maintain security and decorum, any individual who of privileged or private discussions by recording equipment or by those
that audio is
present in the
better.
courtroom. And as you note, the microphones on your tables are turned off. So please come to the lectrum when you're addressing the court. Second, the court will address the camera and still photographer, camera operator and still photographer. And if you both could come forward, please, to the lectrum. All right, could you both state your names?
John Wilson, KSL Television.
Tess Crowley, Deseret News.
Good afternoon. Could you state your roles for today's hearing?
Video recording and streaming of the proceedings.
I'm the pool still photographer.
All right. And have you both reviewed the court standing decorum order?
Yes.
Do you understand the requirements set forth in that order as they apply to your activities today?
Yes.
Do you require additional time to review the order or to adjust equipment to ensure compliance?
No.
Do you anticipate any difficulties complying with the order?
No.
Thank you both for your cooperation.
Yeah.
As we begin this afternoon, the court wishes to acknowledge the importance of safety, dignity, and well-being of all those who are present or who may be present during these proceedings, including the parties, counsel, witnesses, court staff, and members of the public. The court is also mindful of its solemn obligation to protect and uphold the constitutional rights of both Mr. Robinson and Ms. Kirk. In furtherance of those important interests, all persons attending these proceedings are reminded that portable electronic devices are not permitted in the courtroom or on the fourth floor. Cell phones are not permitted in the courtroom unless expressly authorized. Any unauthorized possession or use of a cell phone in the courtroom may be addressed by the court. For those individuals who are authorized to have a cell phone, please place your device on silent at this time so that these proceedings may continue without interruption. The court also expects that every person in attendance will be treated with the dignity and respect to which they are entitled to. Consistent with the court's standing decorum order, all spectators shall remain quiet, civil, and orderly at all times. Spectators shall not engage in conduct that is distracting, disruptive, provocative, disrespectful, uncivil, or threatening in any manner. Spectators shall not make audible comments of any kind, shall not shake or nod their heads, and shall not make gestures or other visible reactions during their hearing. Spectators shall also not wear or display pins, buttons, signs, clothing, photographs, or other items expressing support for or in opposition to any person connected with this case or expressing any position concerning the status of this case as a capital offense. The court appreciates the cooperation of all present in maintaining a courtroom environment that is safe, respectful, orderly, and faithful to the rights and dignity of every person involved. Finally, I wish to note that this preliminary hearing is scheduled to conclude this Friday at 5 p.m. I raise this as simply a reminder for the parties, particularly given that we have now reached the midpoint of this week. I recognize and respect the constitutional rights of all parties. When this preliminary hearing was set, the court allocated a substantial amount of time for both sides to address the matters they consider necessary and appropriate for purposes of this proceeding. The standard at a preliminary hearing is probable cause. And with that in mind, I ask counsel to remain mindful of the time that remains and manage your time appropriately so each of you is able to fulfill your duties to your respective clients within the time frame that has been provided. And with that, I wish to inquire of a brief overview on what is anticipated from each party in order the court has a roadmap on how we are proceeding for the remainder of this preliminary hearing. First, turning to the state, and if you wouldn't mind coming forward, Mr. Grunander.
Thank you, Your Honor. We anticipate presenting evidence through Agent Brian Davis this afternoon. Sergeant Jennifer Falmina is also present in the courthouse and prepared to testify if we get to her today as well. Following her testimony, which we believe will carry into tomorrow, if we do get to her today, that will close the presentation of the evidence on the part of the state.
Thank you, Mr. Grunander. For defense.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
Michael Berg for Mr. Robinson. Judge, we have two remaining witnesses, Miss Oliver from the ATF and Miss Carner also from the ATF.
All right, and to both parties, thank you, I appreciate that. Do both parties anticipate any issues concluding their case? Obviously, there's variables, cross-examination, and kind of the fog of war that happens in court proceedings, but any party anticipate issues concluding at or before Friday at 5 p.m.?
Not from the state, Judge. Just want to highlight one issue for the court because it may be that the court wants to do some time management. The state is going to proffer a video 1102, a video recorded 1102. We have provided the state, I want to say about a day and a half ago, with proposed redactions because we believe that portions of it are not admissible, even in a preliminary hearing. And the way we did that is we provided a transcript and then a redacted version of the transcript of the entire video recorded interview. It may be that the court wants to look at the proposed redactions, not while court is in session, but during some other period of time, because the transcript of the video, which we prepared and we provided to the state so the state could raise any concerns about the accuracy of the transcript. That's not an issue. The admissibility of portions of the video or the issue is about 20 pages, maybe 22 pages. So to use court time for the court to look at the proposed redactions may be an inefficient use of the time. I'm not saying when the court should do it. I'm just saying we may not want to do it between 9 and noon and 1 and 5 tomorrow or Friday. But it's going to come up today. And so the question will be, when does the court want to engage in the process of reviewing a 22-page transcript that has proposed redactions? That's all.
I appreciate the heads up. Mr. Grunander, do you wish to be heard?
Yes, Judge.
Your Honor, the state has received the proposed redactions and we are prepared to address them when that time comes. However, we do intend on presenting testimony through Mr. Davis, through Agent Davis, and when we get to that point, when it's ripe for discussion, we can address the matter with the court. That would be our preference.
All right, well, I'll address it as it comes. And to the defense, with the remaining time, do you feel confident that it is sufficient to accomplish your duty?
We do, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, does either party require the benefit of the record before we begin? To the state.
Ryan McBride for the state, Your Honor. Just to address an issue that's come up and we expect to come up as we enter the second half of this preliminary hearing regarding the admission of exhibits. Under Rule 104A, the court must decide preliminary questions about whether the witness is qualified or a privilege exists or evidence is admissible. In so deciding, the court is not bound by the rules of evidence, except those on privilege. And I'm bringing this up again because it's likely to come up and it is going to affect the procedures we use as we go forward. The court holds two roles really at this stage. One is a gatekeeper role on admissibility, and the second is the fact finder role as the magistrate. And I know you've referred to those two roles earlier in this proceeding. And the court, Rule 104A means the court can consider evidence even though its admissibility has not yet been determined in its gatekeeper role. And then after it has been admitted, it can determine the admissible qualities of that evidence or that exhibit. And that is especially relevant at a preliminary hearing where foundational evidence is reliable hearsay under 1102B3. Even at trial, State v. Griffin, which is a 2016 UT 33 Utah Supreme Court case, the court has held that rules of evidence do not apply to evidence used to establish foundation for admission of other evidence. It's a quote from paragraph 33. So the point is, foundational rulings on admissibility can consider evidence that is not in and of itself admissible. That's proper. The second point is the courts of appeals recognize a presumption that the court considers, when acting in its fact-finding role, only the admissible evidence and disregards any inadmissible evidence. Most commonly, that comes up in a bench trial type case where prior bad acts evidence is admitted and it can have dual inferences. State v. Adams was one of those cases. That's 2011 UT App 163. And what it means is we know that a fact finder is not tainted by the judge's role as a gatekeeper, even though the judge as a gatekeeper considers potentially inadmissible evidence. It also means that the court doesn't have to distinguish which hat it's wearing as we go through the proceeding. In this circumstance, this hearing is taking place outside the presence of the jury. The state has laid and intends to lay and continue to lay foundation in open court. Such foundation sometimes will include discussion of the actual exhibits rather than just proffers, as well as foundation for the exhibits. Now, I don't think that there's any issue between us and the defense in understanding that kind of statement of the law. I think the issue that has come up is under Rule 104B, determinations of admissibility take place outside the presence of the jury. The defense appears to be assuming the jury to be basically the potential jury pool and trying to avoid the potential taint to a jury pool that discussion of evidence, which may or may not be admissible, may cause. I think that's a fair point. I just want to put the court on notice of our view and how we have and intend to proceed as we move forward. Under 104B, that determination takes place outside of the presence of the jury. Under the rules, there's a presumption that these hearings and this hearing is open to the public, including admissibility hearings. Because of that, we intend to move forward and move the admission of evidence and argue the admission of evidence as in open court. Should the court close the hearing, of course, that would change. But that's because that's the presumption in the law and that's conforms with 104B. That's our intention unless the court or counsel moves to close the hearing. So in summary, the court can and often should consider evidence and review the exhibits before admission. 2, the court is not tainted by doing so and can distinguish between admissible evidence and improper evidence. And there's no need for the court to identify which hat it's wearing. And 3, absent closure, we'll move forward with our evidence in open court.
Well, I'll hear from defense if you want to be heard on that issue. I see you in, okay.
Briefly, Your Honor, I'm sorry, I have 2 microphones. I'm just trying to be technologically savvy. I think the 104 issue, I agree completely with Mr. McBride on what he's saying. Because of the Supreme Court's ruling in Archuleta concerning the availability to the public of exhibits from a preliminary hearing, which of course is a fact-specific inquiry by this court, we will continue to raise concerns about our client's right to a fair trial when we think it's appropriate, and the court will make the rulings it makes. That's all I want to say.
All right. All right, to both parties, the standing request remains when you are moving a piece of evidence into to the record, I ask 3 steps: admissibility, to admit it, to be published in the courtroom, and then to be published on that screen. And I'm going to have the screen adjusted slightly because if it's published, I want it to be meaningfully able to be viewed. And I noticed somebody sent me a screenshot that angle creates an interesting angle that kind of distorts it. So in the interest of, if we're going to be transparent, it should be viewable transparent. So we'll adjust that screen briefly, but please address those 3 issues. And I understand one side or the other might say, well, we agree or we don't agree, period. But please, I'm trying to make sure that the record before us is a clean and clear record. So if you would do that, the court would appreciate that. All right. Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right. The court acknowledges that the exclusionary rule is in effect. At this time, any witness who is subject to exclusion should be excused from the courtroom. I will leave it to the parties to monitor the courtroom to ensure that compliance is adhered to. With that, turning to the state, you may call your next witness. Yes, I mean, I want the press to be able to see it too, but when there is a bit of a distortion when it's at that particular angle. So while the parties are moving forward, go ahead and adjust it, and let's put a sample image of something that has nothing to do with this case on the screen.
Judge, that's another issue. I don't know that it is projecting yet. And I don't know if we need to take a break to make sure that's working.
Is it not projecting on the monitors? Okay. Technology is challenging us again. Well, what's our thought, staff, on projecting? Is this something that's not going to be cured by turning off and turning on, I'm assuming? All right, all of you, council table, again, I'm trying to do this to get this out of the way so we can move forward cleanly. If you wouldn't mind turning off your monitor and then turning it back on. And if I could borrow somebody to do that to the witness monitor as well, so we all get them in sync. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. And for the lectrum as well, let's just see if we can get that up because that could cause a delay. I just want to knock this out first. Yes.
Somebody's getting fired.
Where would that TV go? If that doesn't address any security issues, let's do that. I just want to make it easy. That way that TV can be more flat and it's not a distorted view. And then the media can look at that TV. Again, transparency needs to be viewable, not just there in concept. All right. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. How are the monitors looking? Nothing? All right. I see. Could I have someone with your laptop plug in so we can test, so we can check if it's receiving the data or the information from your laptop to allow us to project? That may be the issue.
Mr. Ellis is plugged in.
All right. Let's take a look here. I appreciate the parties' patience, especially after I just said we're at the halfway point.
We're getting a thumbs up.
All right, so it's displaying for defense, for prosecution.
We're working on it right now, Judge. Yes.
All right, and on the screen monitor here, it looks like something came up. All right. And all right, we'll just hope that the monitor for the witness works as well. All right, so we're ready to go. Just bring it in and go ahead and we'll get started. And how much time is needed for that? Well, let's go ahead and proceed. And then when we take a break, then we can do that. But for now, the media, if you can see that TV, if you have any problems, please let me know. And we're going to bring in that second TV. We just want to get the train on the track here. All right, Ms. Hunt.
The state calls Agent Brian Davis.
Agent Davis, if you would like to come forward and be sworn in.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in the case now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, Agent, if you wouldn't mind having a seat. To your left is a water bottle. And after you're seated, you'll have to adjust that microphone, pull it down, and then pull it toward you to ensure that it is picking up your voice and we'll have a good record. All right, Ms. Hunt, your witness.
If you could please state your name and spell your last for the record.
Yeah, it's Brian Davis, Davis.
What is your occupation?
I'm an agent with the Utah State Bureau of Investigation.
How long have you been with, is it fair to call that SBI?
Correct, yes.
How long have you been with the SBI?
A total 18 years.
I want to briefly go over your experience as a law enforcement officer generally. Actually, are you a law enforcement officer in that capacity?
Yes, correct.
How long have you been a law enforcement officer?
Total of 27 years.
You mentioned you were with SBI for 18, is that right?
Correct, yep.
What other agencies were you with prior to SBI?
So Department of Public Safety, I've been a state trooper for 8 years, 18 years with SBI, and 1 year with the Utah Transit Authority Police.
We've heard talk from other officers about POST. What is POST?
That's Peace Officer Standards and Training.
Did you complete that?
I did.
What year did you complete that?
1999.
Is that a type of certification that you hold?
Yeah, it's a statewide certification that any peace officer in the state of Utah, local, state, county, all go through to become a certified peace or police officer.
Has that certification lapsed or been any gaps in that time since you received it in 1999?
No, it's been constant since then.
I want to talk about a bit about your training and experience within law enforcement. What roles have you had at SBI?
I began as a call enforcement team. We did covert and overt operations. I was assigned to an ATF, the PSN task force, focusing on violent felons with guns and drugs. I was on a FBI task force, Safe Streets. It was a gang violent crime task force. I was on the U.S. Marshals Fugitive Apprehension Team task force. I've been on several different OICI protocol teams, Officer Involved Critical Incident teams around the state of Utah and within SBI. I've been on dozens of those scenes. And within major crimes of SBI, I've been, we've worked a variety of cases. I work anything from violent crime, homicides, sex crimes, drug crimes, firearm crimes, white collar crime, fraud. I was also on a task force with a FBI public corruptions task force as well.
Was that all on the job training or did you receive specific training or conferences, things like that?
Yeah, throughout the years, various trainings, conferences for in all those capacities over the years.
You mentioned you've been a part of homicide investigations.
Yes.
Can you estimate how many?
My best guess would be 60 plus, where I've had some involvement. I also currently work on a cold case unit within SBI, so we consult with agencies around the state of Utah, and I've probably consulted on over 50 of those as well in various capacities or roles.
Have you received training specific to homicide investigations?
Yes, I have.
What types of things have you been trained on in that regard?
Just several different times, week-long course training conferences on homicide from case studies to how to manage a case. Also, I've been on several trainings with like crime scene investigation. I'm a Faro certified. It's a 3D Faro scan of crime scenes.
What's a Faro scan?
It's a 3D laser imaging that's used pretty commonly on crime scenes. It just accurately documents crime scenes. And I've been on, I'm I've been certified as a forensic interview and the forensic interview technique with more child victims. So just various trainings like that.
You mentioned currently you're a part of the cold case team within SBI.
Correct.
Have you been assigned as part of the investigation into the homicide of Charlie Kirk?
Yes.
And what is your role? Do you have a specific role in that investigation?
Yes, I was assigned to be a case agent along with Agent Dave Hull.
What does it mean to be a case agent?
Essentially, you manage the case, responsible for it. Ultimately, you direct the case as you go along. You make assignments as needed. Ultimately, everything comes back to you, like in the form of reports, evidence, and such. And then ultimately, you screen that case, if applicable, to the appropriate county attorney or DA.
You mentioned that you are a co-case agent or were with Agent Hull. Is it typical to have two case agents on a case?
It can be especially on a large case, yes.
Has this particular case been large?
Yes, it has.
Have other police agencies been involved in the investigation of this case?
Yes.
Who has been designated as the primary investigative agency?
The State Bureau of Investigation is the primary investigating agency.
I know there are probably several or dozens, but what other agencies have you been working with?
FBI, ATF as well, several local state agencies, UVU Police, Orem Police, Utah County Sheriff, Washington County Sheriff, St. George PD, most of all the agencies within Utah County and even others outside of the county. So we've worked with a lot of agencies with this case. It was a pretty large scale investigation.
You mentioned ATF. What does that stand for?
Alcohol, tobacco, firearms.
All right. I know a lot about so as a case agent, have you been in court during this preliminary hearing?
Yes.
You've heard prior testimony?
Yes.
We've talked a lot about the events of September 10th of 2025. I want to direct your attention to September 11th, 2025. Do you remember that day?
I do.
What happened on that day in relation to your investigation?
I spent the day at the command post with various assignments. That evening, it was about 8:30 p.m., I believe, of the 11th. I received a phone call from Sergeant Elsholz requesting that I travel to St. George.
Who is Sergeant Elsholz? What agency is Sergeant Elsholz with?
With SBI.
And he requested that you travel to St. George?
Correct.
What was the reason stated for that?
We received information that an individual was turning himself in or was going to turn himself in to police in regard to his involvement with the incident, the shooting on UVU campus.
And I'm sorry, what time did you get that information, that call?
About 8:30 p.m.
Did you travel down to St. George?
I did.
On what day?
Of September 11th.
Did anyone else go with you?
Yes, so we traveled to the Salt Lake City airport to a hangar there, and we were flown down on a fixed-wing aircraft. It was Sergeant Elsholz, was Agent Folger with FBI, Agent Anderson with FBI, Ryan McBride and myself, and the two pilots.
And who is Ryan McBride?
With the Utah County Attorney's Office.
What time did you arrive in St. George?
We landed probably about 11:30 p.m. at the St. George Airport.
And again, this would be the evening of September 11th, 2025.
That's correct.
Where did you go once you landed in St. George?
There we were transported via ground to the Washington County Sheriff's Department.
Did you coordinate at that time with any other law enforcement agencies down in southern Utah?
Oh, we did.
You did?
We did, yeah.
What other agencies?
Well, with FBI as we were traveling, and then along with mainly the Washington County Sheriff's Department, we also have agents with an SBI assigned to the southern Utah area. So working with them as well, just making plans and coordinating resources and manpower and personnel.
And you stated you went to the Washington County Sheriff's Office.
Yes.
What time did you arrive there?
Probably somewhere close to midnight, maybe just a little bit before midnight of the 11th.
What happened next?
So we met several other investigators, agents, and detectives there, along with some other prosecutors. There were some federal prosecutors as well that were present. And from there, we began kind of making plans, determining how to handle the situation there.
Did you mentioned the reason you went down there was you had been told that an individual wanted to turn themselves in.
That's correct.
Did you observe that individual?
I did.
And where was that person at the time?
So when we arrived, we went into the room that we were in. It was one of their office, the cubicles there. On the wall, there was a television monitor where I viewed an individual on that screen that was sitting in one of the soft interview rooms. That room was equipped with audio video recording device. And so I observed him on that screen at that time.
Were you aware, or did you become aware what time that individual arrived at Washington County Sheriff's Office?
I was told he arrived there about 9 p.m. that evening.
And was he with anybody else?
He had been, he'd come there with his parents and a family friend.
Did you speak with this individual that we've been talking about?
Yes, I did.
Did you get his name?
Yes, we obtained his name and date of birth.
What was his name?
Tyler Robinson.
Did he tell you that himself?
He did.
You mentioned other individuals came there with him. And then you also said that you had kind of coordinated with the team of law enforcement officers that were there. Were those other individuals spoken with by law enforcement?
They were.
Let's go through them. How did that happen? Who was spoken to first of the other individuals?
So Tyler's mother was interviewed by SBI agent Holgreen and FBI agent Cox. And then kind of simultaneously, his father was being interviewed by SBI agent Terry and FBI agent Smith. And also at that time, the family friend Mike Mitchell was interviewed by other agents as well.
And you said that these interviews were being conducted simultaneously?
Yes.
Were you part of the interview with either of Tyler's parents?
Yes. Yes, myself and Agent Folger. Did I misspeak earlier? Myself and Agent Folger interviewed the mother.
All right, let's make sure the record's clear on that. So Agent Folger, what agency is he with?
With FBI.
And yourself interviewed Tyler's mother?
Yes, that's correct.
I just want to make sure the record's clear. Who interviewed Tyler's father?
Yeah, I think I might have misspoke. It was Agent Holgreen, Agent Cox that met with his father.
And then who spoke with family friend Mike Mitchell?
Agent Terry, Agent Smith.
Down in St. George, Washington County Sheriff's Office, was Mr. Robinson detained at that time?
Yes, he was.
Was he formally arrested at that time?
Yeah, after all the interviews were completed, when we talked to everybody, he was formally arrested at that time.
And I'm going to come back to that in a second. Excuse me, where did the arrest take place?
At the Washington County Sheriff's Office.
And what date did that happen on?
Would have been September 12th. It was about 4 a.m., I believe, of September 12th.
All right, I want to show just on your screen, not for public yet, what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 15. Let me know when you're able to see that.
Okay, it's there.
Before I ask you about that, did you have an opportunity to, you stated that you observed Mr. Robinson at Washington County Sheriff's Office, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, can I have a moment with Ms. Hunt? May I have a moment with Ms. Hunt?
You may.
You're just going to do the redacted version. And that may happen a couple more times as we go through exhibits because of agreements and disagreements that we have.
Thank you for the heads up.
At Washington County Sheriff's Office, where you initially observed Mr. Robinson, you stated that he was in a room. Is that room equipped with video recording?
Yes, it is.
Is that standard practice for a facility like that to have video recording in such a room?
Yes, very, very common.
Have you reviewed that video?
I have.
And in your review of that video, does it fairly and accurately depict Mr. Robinson at that time?
It does.
You see on your screen what's been marked as State's Exhibit 15. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
That's the interview in which Mr. Robinson was seated and waiting.
State moves to admit Exhibit 15.
Ms. Hunt, and the other two steps, what's your request?
We would ask to admit it into evidence. We have, defense counsel and I have agreed upon, I guess, redaction of the video. And I would ask to publish it both to the courtroom and to the media.
Mr. Novak?
It's silent, correct? Ms. Hunt?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor, Ms. Hunt is correct. The state had originally proposed a longer image with audio, and we've agreed to a shorter image without audio. And so
That's correct. Yeah.
So we're fine with all three steps as to this exhibit.
All right. Does the state wish to review this to make sure that what's queued up comports with what you believe? If not, we can move forward. I just want to allow all parties the opportunity to double check.
Let me just confer with my paralegal.
Oh, that's probably right.
For anyone confused as to who this is the state direct examining the
Has
witness.
no audio, so we would like to admit and publish it at this time.
All right. State's Exhibit 15 is admitted pursuant to discussion and may be published in the courtroom and may be recorded or transmitted electronically. Just
And Your Honor, of course, this is subject to all of the objections which have been previously reserved in writing and reiterated over the last couple of days. I assume that we don't need to start over with that today.
thank you. I appreciate that. I note the standing objection by defense as previously made, and that objection is overruled, and this exhibit is admitted.
And in this case, it wouldn't be the 1102 issues, it would be the electronic media coverage of the proceeding.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Novak. I appreciate that. All right, with that, to the media, can you view that screen okay? All right. All right, State's Exhibit 15 may be played.
And Agent Davis, who are we seeing here?
That's Tyler Robinson.
And although we are watching it on video, what is he wearing at this time?
He's working a dark colored baseball cap with has like I believe it's like maybe the Hurley symbol on it, like a white symbol on front. It's a burgundy short sleeve shirt with no graphics. It's blue jeans and gray and white tennis shoes. I believe they're Converse style tennis shoes.
Thank you. Was Mr. Robinson, you stated that he was arrested in the early hours of September 12th, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Did he remain in Washington County Sheriff's Office or was he taken somewhere else?
No, he was transported from there to the Utah County Jail.
Prior to being transported to the Utah County Jail, was any, I guess, personal property taken from him, clothing, anything like that?
The only thing that was, so prior to like our arriving to the St. George, to the Washington County Sheriff's Office, his cell phone was seized and taken from his person. But that was the only thing that was taken from at that time.
After he was transported to Utah County Jail, were any personal items taken from him?
Yes, they were.
And what were those?
After a search warrant was granted, his clothing was recovered, along with buccal swabs to collect his DNA and major case prints, which is fingerprints, palm prints, pretty much the entire hand. Those are all collected from him.
And sorry, you may have already stated when did he arrive in Utah County?
We arrived at the Utah County Jail about 7 a.m. on the 12th, September 12th, and he was formally booked in at about 8 a.m. of that morning, and then I was the booking officer.
What does it mean to be the booking officer?
I filled out the necessary paperwork essentially with the jail, which gives the individuals personal identification of the charges, the probable cause statement, and then it's signed and submitted to the system.
All right, I want to talk a bit about search warrants, some of the search warrants that were executed in this case. As part of the investigation, were search warrants obtained specifically for areas in southern Utah?
Yes, they were.
And obviously do not give me exact addresses, but generally for what locations?
It was the residence of Tyler Robinson and the residence of his parents.
Were those warrants executed?
They were.
By whom?
The residence of Tyler Robinson was a team led by Sergeant Famawina with SBI, along with the Utah State Crime Lab. And the residence of his parents was a team led by the FBI, their evidence response team.
Are you aware of what date or dates, if applicable, those warrants were executed?
Yeah, September 12th. I believe Tyler's residence, they started the search warrant about 8 o'clock in the morning. And then his parents' residence, they started about 4 p.m. Of September 12th.
So to be clear, you've stated who was involved in executing those warrants. Were you physically present for the execution of either of those warrants?
No, I was not.
Are you aware of whether Mr. Robinson lived with anyone else at that residence at the time?
Yes.
Do you know who that was?
Lance Twiggs.
And we won't get too into it right now. We'll cover this with Sergeant Falmina, but did you receive information from officers involved in those execution of those warrants about what, if anything, had been found?
Yes, I did.
All right, turning to another area. As part of this investigation, you have previously mentioned that a family friend came in initially with the Robinsons. Who was that family friend?
His name was Mike Mitchell.
And who is he in relation to the Robinsons?
So he's a family friend, a good family friend.
And what was his involvement here?
So he helped facilitate working with Tyler and his parents with the sheriff's department for Tyler to turn himself in.
And I believe you mentioned previously that law enforcement conducted an interview with Mr. Mitchell.
They did.
Remind us when that interview occurred.
So that was the early morning hours of September 12th at the Washington County Sheriff's Department.
And I know you've already stated, but remind me who was present for that interview.
That one was Agent Terry and Agent Smith.
What agencies are they with?
Terry's with SBI and Smith is with FBI.
Are you aware if a second interaction or statement was collected from Mr. Mitchell?
Yes, it was.
When did that happen?
It was March 31st of this year.
Who was present at that time?
It was Ryan McBride, Chad Grunander, Kimberly Derfler, and Agent Chris Terry with SBI.
You mentioned Ryan McBride, Chad Grunander, and Kimberly Derfler. What office do they work for?
The Utah County Attorney's Office.
And you mentioned Agent Chris Terry.
Yes.
So you were not present for this collection of this statement?
No, I was not.
Have you communicated with Agent Chris Terry about how this happened?
Yes, I have.
How did this happen?
So all those individuals met with Mike Mitchell at it was the St. George, well, it was the St. George Court office, courthouse there. They met and discussed briefly. I was going to kind of talk generally about the situation. From there, Mr. Mitchell was given a handwritten 1102 paper statement, and he left the room, went into a separate office by himself, was there for about an hour where he hand wrote a statement, filled the statement out. When that was complete, he came back into the room where the others were waiting and provided that 1102 statement to them.
We've heard quite a bit about 1102 statements. It sounds like there's an official form that is used. What's present on that form, if you know?
There's an admonition or warning given on those forms that states that the information you're giving is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge. That any false statement that is given or may be given would be punishable by a Class A misdemeanor.
Aside from that being written on the form, are you aware if this admonition was discussed with Mr. Mitchell?
It was.
Do you know by whom?
Yeah, Ryan McBride provided that admonition to him.
And you stated that Mr. Mitchell then went into a separate room for about an hour and wrote his statement down?
Correct.
Did anyone, including prosecutors or law enforcement, direct him what to say?
Foundation objection. Personal knowledge.
Would you like to respond, Ms. Hunt?
I can lay a little more foundation.
All right, so I'll sustain the objection for now, and Ms. Hunt is moving forward with laying more foundation.
You discussed with Agent Chris Terry about how this statement was obtained?
Yes.
Did he mention anything to you about anyone directing Mr. Mitchell about what to say or what to include in the form?
No, I spoke to him personally and reviewed his report also.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 14.1. Let me know when you see that on your screen.
Okay, I see it.
What is that?
This is the written 1102 statement that was provided by Mr. Mike Mitchell.
Your Honor, may I have him in with Ms. Hunt for the same purpose?
All right.
And how do you know that?
I reviewed it. I reviewed it in its original. As soon as it came to us, I've seen it prior. So.
And Kimberly, if I can have you slowly scroll down. Sorry, Judge, if I can just have a moment.
You may.
If you're just joining us, the reason the prosecution and defense are going back and forth on this, the lady in white who's been speaking most of the time is with the state. She's with the prosecution. She has been in occasional contact with the state because because they had some kind of agreement in advance. That is why they were communicating a couple times here and there. Keli is not back yet, but I expect she should be back soon.
I apologize, Your Honor. I misspoke. It's not 14.1, it's just Exhibit 14.
Okay.
So if we can place that again on the screen for the witness only. Yes. And sorry, we had been scrolling through that. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Does it depict, is it fair and accurate from what you remember?
Yeah, with the exception of the redactions, yes, it's fair and accurate.
And Judge, I'll make a record. Defense counsel and I have stipulated on the redactions that are present. I would move for its admission, states Exhibit 14, into evidence, but we do not wish to publish it either to the courtroom gallery or the cameras.
All right, could I have a copy of it? What I have is the unredacted version. So I want to review it before I make that decision.
If I may approach.
You may. Thank you.
So far, this is I think, detective or police officer or the agent with the SBI who kind of headed up the case. He has testified pretty much what was in the charging document so far. Hasn't really brought much new. He did say that Tyler Robinson turned himself in at 9 p.m. and was arrested at 9 p.m. the evening of the 11th and was then arrested
I had a chance to review State's Exhibit
4 a.m.
14
the next morning.
and noting the standing objections by defense concerning 1102s, court accepts into evidence State's Exhibit 14 and pursuant to the parties is not published.
Thank you, Judge. All right, I want to move on to another topic. You've stated that you've been present for the duration as the case agent of the preliminary hearing. Is that right?
Yes.
We heard testimony yesterday about turning to the scene at UVU on September 10th, that a bullet was found on a roof. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
Do you have knowledge about that bullet, what that is about?
Yes, I do.
What roof was that bullet found on?
I believe it was found on the computer science building on the roof, on the far east side of the roof of the building itself.
How do you know that it was found there?
I reviewed the agent's report that found that, documented it, and collected it.
What agent was that?
It was Agent Ben Schneider with SBI.
Are you aware of where the computer science building is on campus?
Yes, yes.
Can you explain generally where that is located?
Yeah, from where the LOSI building is, it's a building directly kind of south and east of there. from the LOSI.
Southeast from the LOSI building. Where is it in connection to the auditorium section that we've been talking about where Mr. Kirk was stationed?
It's east of there. East and a little bit south, and mostly east.
Would there have been, from that roof of the computer science building, to your knowledge, would there have been a line of sight to Mr. Kirk's tent?
No, not according to the agent. Agent Ben Schneider, there was not a line of sight from there to where the tent was, where Mr. Kirk was.
Did you learn from Agent Snyder what caliber that bullet was?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
It was a .223 caliber.
What is a live round?
It's a round that had not been fired, so it still had the projectile, and it was a fully functional bullet with ammunition with the bullet.
Did you learn if this .223 bullet found on top of the computer science building was a live round?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
It was still intact. Still had the primer had not been it was not dented, not been fired. It still had the bullet projectile in the end, still sealed.
Did you observe this bullet personally, or is this information you're getting from Agent Snyder?
From Agent Ben Schneider.
All right, turning to a different topic. And Judge, I'm aware that there are going to be some objections about this that we'll have to address, but I just want to lay a little bit of foundation first before we get there. You've mentioned him already. Are you familiar with an individual named Lance Twiggs?
Yes, I am.
And who is he in regards to this investigation?
He's the roommate of Tyler Robinson.
Was he interviewed as part of this investigation?
He was.
How many times?
2 times.
When was the first time?
The first time was the early morning hours of September 12th, and that occurred at St. George Police Department.
So we've heard of several people coming in and being spoken with at Washington County Sheriff's Office.
Correct.
Mr. Twiggs was spoken with at St. George PD.
Correct.
Do you know who was present for that interview?
It was FBI agents Larson and Agent Ling.
Are you aware of Mr. Twiggs' buccal swab was taken at that time?
I don't recall it happening there. I believe it happened later. I'd have to, but it did occur. That was obtained from him.
Okay. But you're not sure if it happened on the 12th?
I don't recall if it was there or later at his residence.
But ultimately, a buccal swab was obtained from Mr. Twiggs?
Yes, it was.
Do you know if his phone was taken from him?
It was.
When did that happen?
So it was during that interview with FBI at St. George Police Department. They conducted an interview of him, and then he provided his phone. He did it voluntarily also, provided it to those agents.
And that would have been on September 12th, 2025?
Correct.
You mentioned a second interview of Mr. Twiggs?
There was a second interview, yes.
When did that take place?
April 20th of this year.
Where was that?
Happened at the Utah County Attorney's Office.
Who was present at that second interview?
It was Mr. Twiggs with his attorney, Jill Cottrell. It was Lauren Hunt, Sam Peed with the U.S. Attorney's Office, Ryan McBride, Sergeant L. Scholes, well, now it's Lieutenant L. Scholes, and myself.
We've talked about 2 interviews of Mr. Twiggs, one on the morning of September 12th, 2025, second on April 20th, 2026. Are you aware if both of those interviews were recorded?
They were.
Have you reviewed those recordings?
I have.
Before Mr. Twiggs' interview on April 20th, 2026, well, first let me ask you this. Are you aware of what use immunity means?
Yes.
What does it mean?
It's a letter of the use of immunity is essentially giving the individual during the limited time of their statement, they're given that immunity from statements that are made in regard to an incident. But it does not preclude them from prosecution from evidence that would be known or found then or later outside of that interview. It just gives them that limited immunity during the type of the interview.
Okay, so for any statements made during the interview, they're given immunity for that, but they're not generally prohibited from being potentially prosecuted outside of that interview. Is that fair?
That's my understanding, yes.
Was Mr. Twiggs given use immunity?
Yes, he was.
By what offices?
The Utah County Attorney's Office, as well as the United States Attorney's Office.
You mentioned that both of Mr. Twiggs' interviews were recorded. Have you reviewed those recordings?
Yes, I have.
Do they fairly and accurately depict those interviews?
Yes, they do.
We've talked about 1102 statements. We've talked about a form, and you talked about that there's an admonition on there that warns that if false statements are given pursuant to 1102, then that person may be subject to a Class A misdemeanor. Is that fair?
Yes, that's correct.
Was a similar admonition given to Mr. Twiggs during his second or before his second interview on April 20th, 2026?
Yes, it was.
By whom?
By Ryan McBride with the Utah County Attorney's Office.
And again, you were present for that interview.
I was.
Did Mr. Twiggs say that he understood that admonition?
He did. Yep. Yes.
Was he told that the April 20th, 2026 interview was being taken in lieu of him having to come and testify at the preliminary hearing?
Yes, it was. Yes, he was.
All right, Judge, I'm aware that defense counsel has objections to this recorded 1102. I think now is probably a good time to address them. But I do have, I guess, I understand that they are suggesting redactions to the video. I have some procedural objections first. And if Your Honor sustains those, I think it may make the substance of the statements or the objections or the redactions that defense is proposing moot. So I'm wondering if Your Honor will entertain my responses procedurally first before we get into the substance of what defense is objecting to. Does that make sense?
Yes, but if you want to move it, because right now nothing's before me.
Yes. Well, what I want to move, so defense is proposed about a day and a half ago. They created a transcript. Mr. Novak has proffered this earlier to Your Honor. On April, and I'll give you a little more proffer. On April 28th, 2026, the Utah County Attorney's Office provided this recorded 1102 statement of Mr. Twiggs to defense counsel. They have acknowledged the receipt and mentioned the recorded statement at previous hearings. In fact, they even filed a brief that Your Honor has decided about whether 1102 can be applicable to Mr. Twiggs at this hearing, which Your Honor has ruled upon. Monday at about 4 p.m., defense counsel sent us a transcript that was prepared by the defense team, and it had significant redactions that they were suggesting. It was about a 21-page transcript, and their suggested redactions are approximately 11 pages of it. In total, redactions appear on 16 of the 21 pages. My procedural objections to this are that this is essentially by surprise. We were already a day into the preliminary hearing. Defense counsel had been aware since at least April 28th, 2026, when the recorded 1102 of Mr. Twiggs was provided to them, that is how we intended to proceed. And like I said, they had already briefed the 1102 issue as it relates to Mr. Twiggs. At that time, they did not raise any objections to the substance of it or propose any redactions that they wished. And yeah, frankly, it's by surprise, and it's at this point disrupting the hearing. It's not, I did mention that defense prepared a transcript of this recorded interview, how the state intended to present it and how we have given it in discovery to defense is it's a video. audio and visual. Making redactions to that is not as simple as a transcript where you can just, block out sections of the text. So it's far more complicated than that to edit or redact portions of the video at this time. So we would object procedurally, basically on the timeliness of it, that they had an opportunity to make these objections if they had them at the time when the 1102 issue in regards to Lance Twiggs was briefed and decided by Your Honor. They did not do that or raise the issue at this time. And so we would object just procedurally on those grounds. Additionally, the remedy requested, which I'm assuming is that we make redactions to the video or present it as a transcript rather than a video, is disproportionate. Even assuming if there are isolated statements that the court would not ultimately consider, again, as Mr. McBride pointed out, and as Your Honor has stated throughout this hearing, this is a preliminary hearing to the court. It's not to the jury. The court is fully capable of disregarding any statement it determines exceeds the proper scope. As Mr. McBride cited this morning, several cases give Your Honor that authority and presumption that judges are able to basically make the difference between what's admissible evidence and disregard what may not be at a preliminary hearing or even at a bench trial. State v. Adams is one of those cases. If Your Honor wants the citation, again, I'm happy to give it. State v. Featherson is another one. That one is 781 P2D 424. State v. Hannigan is another one, 2014 UT App 165. And State v. Rosecrans, 2024 UT App 128. And those cases all stand for the notion that essentially judges, and this is to quote from Rosecrans, judges are not subject to many of the same concerns about prejudices and improper influences as jurors. And so again, procedurally, the remedy asking us to now in the middle of a week-long preliminary hearing of which everyone was aware, edit or alter or redact portions of this video recording 1102, that remedy is disproportionate. If there are any potentially objectionable statements within that, Your Honor has the ability to disregard those. And so we would prefer not to get into the substance and argue each statement line by line. And we would prefer to just move for its admission and have the court use its discretion as a judge to take what's proper versus improper, disregard anything the court might find improper. If we would like to move into substantive objections, then we're happy to, but if the court can rule on those procedural objections first, it may make any substantive objections moot.
All right, so you're moving into evidence States Exhibit 16.
Yes.
And as it relates to publication, what is your request?
So Judge, we believe, and I believe this has been discussed before on the record, that the state is in agreement that the media should not have the ability to handle or replicate certain exhibits. Because it's video, Mr. Twiggs is shown certain exhibits. So we would agree that this should not be captured by cameras and projected by the media outside of the courtroom. But we would like at least the audio and maybe even the video within the courtroom itself to be captured, is the state's position.
All right, I want to make sure I understand. So your request is that the video not be projected and captured by the video camera, but the video and audio is played in the courtroom and the audio is able to be transmitted, just not the video via the camera. Is that my understanding?
Correct, that's the state's position.
All right. And in regards to this exhibit, is as State's Exhibit 16, is there any portion of that recorded statement that occurred before the 11:02 warning was given to Mr. Twiggs?
Not that we are presenting today.
Okay. All right, turning to the defense, Mr. Novak.
Thank you. So I'm going to address first, Your Honor, what Ms. Hunt describes as the procedural issues with our proposed redactions. Many weeks ago, the state lodged their anticipated exhibits with the court. And then the court said, I'm not going to review them. In fact, I'm returning them. I'm sorry. The court said that the court is returning the exhibits to the state. So there is no moment to make objections to an exhibit which the court is not inclined to entertain until the moment, as the court has said many times, until the exhibit is presented. And so what we have done is we have given the state, it's only a 20-page transcript, excuse me, it's only a 20-page transcript. We have given the state a transcript we prepared ahead of time so that the state could make sure that the transcript is accurate. The state has never said that the transcript is inaccurate, so I'm going to assume for purposes of the moment that the state doesn't have any dispute that the transcript is an accurate transcription of Mr. Twiggs' recorded 11:02 interview. There's no surprise here. There's been all of Monday evening, all of Tuesday, this morning. In fact, the state informed me yesterday morning that they don't agree to the redactions. So there's no surprise here. And we're actually doing exactly what the court signaled should be done, which is at the time an exhibit is proffered, objections shall be made. This wouldn't be as much of a problem if Ms. Hunt had just said to Your Honor, following Archuleta, and in light of the electronic coverage of this proceeding, and in light of Mr. Robinson's right to a fair trial, the court will consider those portions of the exhibit which are admissible, and the court will not consider those portions which it determines are not admissible, but it will not be broadcast either audio or video. So that becomes a problem because the categories of objections that we have to this video recording, I'm going to talk about a little bit so that the court understands why Ms. Hunt's suggestion that the entirety of an exhibit, which may not be admissible under the rules of evidence at a preliminary hearing, be played in open court and that the audio be captured by electronic media and broadcast. Because of our client's right to a fair trial, that's a problem. And I don't want to sound flippant, but this is actually the Ryan McBride 11:02. The vast majority of this video is Mr. McBride testifying and Mr. Twiggs agreeing. If we were in a courtroom, it would be a leading examination virtually from start to finish. I don't want to say that every single statement by Mr. Twiggs is just an affirmation of what Mr. McBride says, but the vast majority of it is. There are also portions of this 11:02 where Mr. McBride is basically testifying as to what other exhibits that this court will see say. So there are two other exhibits that this court will be asked to receive into evidence today, which are text messages and a group chat. I'm just going to distinguish between the two. And so this 1102 statement is basically Mr. McBride saying, and then the chat says this, and then the chat says that, and then the chat says this. He's basically testifying as to what the exhibits say. So in some ways, the 1102, those portions of the 1102 violate the best evidence rule, because I have no doubt that those two things that I just talked about are going to be presented to the court by the state. There are also portions of this 1102 which are not relevant and really implicate Mr. Twiggs' privacy rights. And I'm not Mr. Twiggs' counsel. As Ms. Hunt said, he has counsel. I don't know if he's, well, I don't want to speculate. But it's not relevant. There are portions of it which are not relevant. And there are portions of it which I think, especially to be broadcast, implicate other privacy interests. So I'm not trying to create complications, and I'm definitely not trying to take the state by surprise, because I went to great lengths to provide the state with a transcript, with a proposed redacted transcript. And in fact, today, we prepared to make it easier on the state and actually on Your Honor. Instead of having redactions with big black sections, we highlighted them instead. So if the court wants to look at our proposed redactions, the court can do that without having to compare two documents. The other thing I want to say is that if the court did order ultimately that portions of it would be broadcast in any way, in the courtroom, outside the courtroom, we're not trying to change the state's exhibit from a video with audio to a transcript. The transcript is really being used as a tool to address the inadmissible portions of the video, because there's no way to communicate to the court efficiently which portions of a video we think are not admissible. It's much easier to do it on paper. So the transcript is just a tool. We have the ability right here in this courthouse to cut the video into the pieces that the court deems admissible. Mr. Ellis tells me it'll probably take a couple hours at the most. So maybe that's also not a concern. There's no delay associated with this in light of the fact that it's Wednesday and this court is going to conclude this hearing by Friday afternoon. So I've gone beyond the procedural issues. I've addressed that we think portions of it are not admissible. There's no surprise. We've followed exactly what the court has signaled, which is I don't want to hear about exhibits until we're in the middle of the hearing, and I don't want to hear objections about it till we're in the middle of the hearing. The litigation over whether Section 1102 is constitutional under Mr. Robinson's federal due process rights and the other rights that were addressed, that litigation does not mean that we should have brought to the court proposed redactions to an exhibit in a hearing which hasn't started yet, in a hearing in which the state hadn't until 20 minutes ago even proffered an exhibit. So I understand that the state wants to avoid the substance by trying to short circuit this with a procedural argument. And Ms. Hunt is a very excellent advocate for her client. But the reason why the state is going to the procedural issue is because the state, because the exhibit contains significant content that is not admissible even in a preliminary hearing. So I'm going to stop now, but I do want to go back and say that if the court concluded that only Your Honor was going to review this exhibit and the Archuleta rule would be extended to this exhibit, including that it's not going to be broadcast, then I think that we have a different path toward the efficient resolution of this issue.
All right.
Does that make sense, Your Honor?
I believe I understand what you're saying. So let me respond to you before I go to Ms. Hunt. So going to your first point in regards to what this court's position in not looking at the exhibits, that doesn't preclude any party from filing a motion in limine, which is anticipated before anything is moved into evidence. Typically, motions in limine are used by either side on anticipated exhibits or that may come into court, and that allows pre-litigation. So I want to clarify that the court statement, like I'm not looking at the exhibits, is far different than what the parties choose to do and file in regards to a motion in limine. But going to I really want to go to what you've talked about. What specific objections are you making? I want to make sure the request is clear so I can rule specifically on that. What exactly, I think I understand some of them, but I wish for you to articulate what are your objections to State's Exhibit 16?
Significant. We could do it line by line or page by page. I know we have had hearings in this matter where the court has wanted to look at transcripts line by line, word by word. We're prepared to do that, but I'm going to give the court categories.
Thank you.
Without referring to specific portions. There are many portions of it which are not the statement of Mr. Twiggs. They're Mr. McBride testifying on video as to what other exhibits say. And Mr. Twiggs is saying, yeah, that's what it says. Yeah, that's what it says. Yeah, that's what it says.
So I apologize. I don't mean to interrupt you.
No,
I just want to categorize it and put it in a box. So what is the what objection under the rules of evidence is that specifically? What are you boxing that as?
Well, first of all, it's counsel testifying. Second of all, it's hearsay. It's Mr. McBride's out-of-court statements as to what an exhibit says. There's a best evidence rule, which I'm sure the court is familiar with, which is that the best evidence of what an exhibit says is the exhibit. So we may have a little bit of a cart before the horse here,
sure,
because there are two exhibits that I'm very confident are coming. There are portions which are not relevant. There are portions which I believe are inadmissible when the court balances under 403 the probative value versus the prejudicial value, especially in light of the manner in which this hearing is being broadcast. So we have improper testimony by counsel. We have the best evidence rule, which I think also includes hearsay. We have relevance issues, and we have 403 issues. And so, but what I'm saying is that those are all things that this court can manage, as Ms. Hunt and Mr. Bride have taught us today in terms of the court's preliminary assessments, the court's role as a magistrate, and the Archuleta rules that allow this court to decide certain exhibits will not be viewed or heard by the public because it interferes with Mr. Robinson's right to a fair trial.
Thank you.
And I heard exactly what the court said about the in limine situation, but I do want to just say this, and I hope this is taken in the right spirit. If this court had said to us, I'm returning the exhibits, but if any party has any objections to any exhibits, I want to hear about that before the hearing, we certainly would have done so. And I think that it's probably for counsel a suggestion about how future hearings where there are many or complex exhibits, because there will be such hearings, should be handled, which is we can do in limines before the hearing begins so that the court knows these exhibits, there are no disputes. These exhibits, there are disputes. These are the disputes. And we don't have to waste courtroom time bringing the court up to speed on what those concerns are. It can all be briefed ahead of time. And we're happy to do that.
Thank you. Well, going to the last point, let me be clear on the record that I don't intend to interfere with the duties of either party. It is not my job to say, well, here's what you should do, here's what you shouldn't do. I'm independent. I'm not team prosecution, team defense. And so I will not dictate how you run your case. Obviously, if it goes against certain rules, constitutional rights, statutes, case law, I will weigh in, but I never want to put my finger on and say, well, Mr. Novak, here's what I think you should do, or to the state, Mr. McBride, here's what I think you should do. That goes outside my role, and I will not deviate from my role, which is not to interfere with the business of counsel. And I'm fortunate as a district court judge that I have very experienced attorneys who I have watched and have done an excellent job. And your experience, as I stated on I believe in the Pro Hoc Vice, highly experienced attorneys on defense, highly experienced attorneys on prosecution. And so I do not want to get into the business of saying, here's what you should do. I hear what you're saying, but I want to be clear from this point on, in case there's any ambiguity, the court does not need to go into the business of dictating what you feel is in the best interest of your client to the state, what is in the best interest of your client. I staying clear of that, but I appreciate the point you're making, and I hope that clarifies any ambiguity that may exist.
There was no ambiguity. I don't think that what I was conceptualizing puts the court's finger on anybody's scales. I think it's really about case management. And now I think we're moving pretty far away from the admissibility of this 1102 statement. And we could have a conversation later if the court wants to, it's up to the court, about case management issues. But as I said before, if I say anything else, I'm going to be repeating myself. So I'm just going to stop.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Novak. Appreciate your thoughts. Ms. Hunt.
Yes, thank you, Judge. And as I tried to parse out, obviously we have procedural objections, which may, depending on how the court rules, make the substantive objections moot or unnecessary. But to Mr. Novak's point about this not being by surprise, yes, to be fair, he did send me a transcript with proposed redactions Monday, I believe at about 4 p.m. It was not accompanied by any objections that he actually had. So we had to compare the transcripts and to our best guess, come up with what the substantive objections may be. I am ready to respond to what I believe they may be. And obviously he's now given categories, but I think we're now at the point where the court needs to exercise its ability and obligation under Rule 104A to decide a preliminary question about whether evidence is admissible. But before we do that, because to argue the substantive objections, I want to actually get into the substance of it. And so I think we need to consider whether this is going to be a closed hearing. And then probably, I don't know, I'm assuming the media attorneys will want to weigh into that, because I do want to quote specific sections to be able to advocate for my position, the state's position on this. I think we will need to get into the meat of what is actually stated here. And so I think the court needs to decide if this is going to be an open or a closed hearing, and hear from the media or any other parties that need to weigh in on that.
All right. Anything further from the parties as it relates to that?
Only that Ms. Hunt invited the media to comment on what the court is going to do. And as Your Honor knows from conducting jury trials and other types of proceedings, sidebars are not for the public. They're not for the public in real time, and they're not for the public subsequently. It is very standard that sidebar proceedings where information is only to be exchanged between counsel for the parties and the court are conducted at sidebar so that witnesses, jurors, members of the public don't hear about those things. And so we are assuming that if the court wants to do this in what we would call sidebar or in a closed hearing, that the transcript of that is going to remain at least temporarily sealed until these proceedings conclude or the court conducts some closure analysis on a topic by topic basis. So that's what sidebars are about, whether it's done in a closed hearing or in an open hearing through whisper. The public, potential witnesses, jurors, potential jurors don't get to hear what the court decides needs to be addressed
in a manner which protects the party's rights.
All right.
Your Honor, if I may, Michael Judd on behalf of the media. A request to close a court proceeding isn't a sidebar, and calling it a sidebar doesn't make it one. The court knows the rules at this point. Any attempt to close a hearing requires that the court engage in some sort of hearing about that closure that is open to the public. It can't be done in whisper. That can't be done with the cameras off. There are occasions where a court may find it necessary to put some portion of some hearing behind closed doors. But the conversation about whether or not that happens, of course, has to take place in public. I don't want to belabor any of the points that are made. I think the court recognizes the interests at issue here and what the media's position would likely be on these. I'd like to find common ground. It appears to be a significant piece of common ground here is that everybody seems to believe that the video interview that is at issue here is very important. And that, of course, makes people want to invoke protections, invoke closures. From the media's perspective, from the public's perspective, of course, that pushes the other direction. There may be moments of this preliminary hearing. There may be exhibits that do not present significant pillars of support for the decision that the court will ultimately be called on to make as a gatekeeper and as a magistrate. It seems to me, I haven't seen this video. The public hasn't seen this video. It seems to me that this appears likely to be one of those pillars on which the state intends to base its case and on which the court's ultimate decision will likely rest. That counsels in favor of access, in favor of publication, in favor of allowing the public to see the work that the court is doing and why it's doing it. I recognize Archuleta has been invoked. We respect and understand Archuleta. Respectfully, Archuleta, at least part of its reasoning is based on something very different than putting something on a screen. In Archuleta, there was a request to say, hey, is there a murder weapon? Are there crime scene photos? Can we come handle those, right? Can we look at them? Can we turn them over in our hands? And part of the reasoning in Archuleta was we're worried about that will impact the quality of the evidence and the obligation everybody has to keep that evidence reliable and safe. Putting something on the screen doesn't present any of those sorts of risks. Because this is so important. So this interview appears to be such a critical piece of the case being presented here in this courtroom today. The media's position is that it should be shown on the screen and that the public should be allowed to see it as well. To the extent there's any sort of compromise at all, the one that is presented by the state, which would allow the public to monitor and oversee and understand and comprehend and assist with the work being done by the court, then something like the state has provided, which is we allow the audio to play. If there is some sort of, it sounds to me like what the state is saying is there's some sort of witness privacy issue that would be served by turning that video off. Maximalist advocates on behalf of the media would always want that video to be on, but I recognize that may be a reasonable compromise. But the idea of shutting the courtroom down to argue about closure or keeping this recording from the people in the courtroom who are allowed here, the victim representatives, the media representatives, the public itself, is simply a non-starter, I believe, under the rules that govern this proceeding. We ask the court to keep this as open as possible. And if there is any sort of narrowing of the public's right of access here, that it be done only in the narrowest way possible, and that it be based only upon recognized interests. And finally, I would say, Your Honor, to the extent that I hear any sort of real counter interest at all, it continues to be a fair trial interest. Take that important. We recognize that its importance, we take it seriously. The court has also over and over again recognized what the right approach to that is to say there are mechanisms in place under Algier to say we do an expanded voir dire, we do a jury questionnaire. We can handle those counter interests. And on behalf of the media and the public, I'd ask that the court handle this dispute that way.
Thank you. Any further comment by any of the parties? All right. Mr. Novak.
Only that I want to make an additional assertion about why the court should handle this exhibit pursuant to Archuleta. But I want to make that argument at sidebar because the whole point is to protect my client's right to a fair trial. And by making part of this argument in open court, it's a self-defeating exercise. So when the court
resolves whether it will hear from us at sidebar, we're prepared to do that.
All right. The issue is sidebar is public because the transcript's open. So it's just because the parties request sidebar and the court invokes the white noise, that doesn't make it private. It simply obscures the noise in the courtroom because that goes in the transcript unless it's a closed hearing. So
Then we would like to have a very brief closed hearing to lodge another objection about the publication of this, of any portion of this exhibit of certain portions of this exhibit beyond Your Honor's eyes. That's what I'm saying.
thank you. All right. Right now, what we're going to go ahead and do, and what I want to do is I want to look at the redactions that you're proposing and take a look at that. And it's also a perfect time to take a break because we need to bring in the monitor potentially for future exhibits. So that's going to give us our 15 minutes. I want to review that so I can be brought up to speed because the transcript, from what I understand, is just a transcript with suggestions of what defense wants to redact. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. And so what I would suggest, well, if this works for the court, is we will email to the court staff something we've already given the state, which is the proposed redacted version of the transcript. I understand that the state wants a video to be presented as evidence. We can get there if the court concludes there should be redactions. It's not redacted through blackout, it's highlighted. So the highlights are the proposed defense redactions, and Mr. Ellis can make sure that your court staff receive that, and it can either be emailed to you or printed out, whatever works.
Any objections, Ms. Hunt, from the court reviewing the proposed redactions in order to bring the court up to speed at whatever argument the court may entertain?
No, Judge, but I want to clarify for the record and for myself, is the court ruling on my procedural objections, and I want to reserve the right to make my substantive arguments using what's actually in the exhibit. So being able to quote directly from it, knowing that if it's not a closed hearing, those portions of what I'm saying are going to be on the record and broadcast.
So the court is not making a ruling right now. We're just going to take a break and then we're going to come back on the record. But on the break, I'm trying to maximize the time. And that's why I'm asking, is there any objection to me reviewing what it sounds like defense has sent you, which is just the transcript highlighting what they're anticipating redacting? I just want to bring myself up to speed. So on the next step, when I make my ruling, the court is ready to go.
Okay,
and maximizing the time, because we also want to put up a monitor. So there's like 3 things we can accomplish in the space of 15
Fair
minutes.
enough. The state has no objection to that.
All right, Mr. Novak, if you wouldn't mind sending what you sent to the state to the court for review, and we will take a 15-minute break. It is now, let's go a little bit longer. Just I want to make sure everything is in place. Let's come back at 3 o'clock and we'll proceed from there. Court is in a brief recess.
All right.
And there you have it. Looks like they're trying to get the video of Lance Twiggs out, but there's a little bit of a hiccup.
It's like one of those things we wish that they could have worked all this stuff out, of course, before the hearing, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles. So
yeah.
I'm not surprised at all.
And so when you were away, we had Brian Davis testify. I believe he's done testifying.
Okay.
He basically told the same story that we heard in the charging document. He's the person who wrote the charging document, I believe.
Yes.
So I think some of the key details were, and I'm pretty sure they're also in the document, but Tyler Robinson arrived at the police station at 9 p.m., I believe, and he was formally arrested at 4 a.m. the next day, which was the 12th, but he arrived on the 11th. And as for the rest of it, they did play a little bit of video of the waiting room, but nothing material, or the waiting room at the police station with Tyler Robinson depicted. Let me try to find it.
Then
they played this video here.
With a blanket?
I think so.
But do we see him at all?
We do.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, that's interesting that he is in fact wearing, the same clothes or something, similar, like that color.
Yeah. That's pretty much all there is to that video, unfortunately.
But do you see his face?
What's that?
Do you see his face at all in that video?
Not really, no. I don't think so. Or maybe
That's
we do. Hold on.
so important to be able to, I think, to compare to what we see in the other videos.
Yeah. I don't think we do, though. And, the officer didn't testify to any conversation that he had with Tyler Robinson.
Now, to clarify, this is not the waiting room video. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, you only barely see, barely. So, okay, to clarify, we only, this is, excuse me, sorry, I was thinking of three different things at once. To clarify, this is not any surveillance from the first police department that he went to. Is that right? So this is not Washington County or whatever. This is Utah County.
I believe this is the first station he went to.
Oh, interesting. Because I thought that they told the, all of the media outlets that had requested the video that it was gone or erased, that they didn't have anything.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was. Is it Washington County, you said? I don't remember what county it is.
Yeah, I think it's
But,
Washington.
south of Provo is where all that took place, and this is where that took place. And that's where this was filmed. Down there. Because they had to, interview him, presumably interrogate him, and arrest him in place there, I believe.
Yeah. Why are there no timestamps on these videos?
I don't know.
I mean, all police, just generally speaking, surveillance video, but especially in law enforcement, you would think that, they would have actual footage with proper documentation, including times.
Yeah, but what seal is that, though?
Yeah.
You got to remember, this is Utah.
Mm-hmm.
So right now we are in recess because basically the defense is trying to come up with more excuses to hide the Lance Twiggs video, I think. Is that right?
Yeah. Look, when you say that you said the defense is trying to come up with reasons to hide the Lance Twiggs video.
I think, is that correct?
Well, yes, but I think it's a characterization that I'm wanting to kind of work through.
Okay.
When we're saying that they're wanting to hide it, I think like hiding does kind of imply in this context, maybe, I don't know.
Well, malicious intent, but no. Okay, I'll rephrase.
Yeah.
I'll rephrase. The defense wants to prevent it from coming into evidence.
Yes, and for the or for the public to be able to view it.
Yes. Which makes sense because the other thing that's interesting is, and I don't think your ears perked up, but they characterized this video as the police officer saying, so this is what happened, right? And then that happened, right? And then he did this, right?
That's the
worst. And then he did that, right?
That's the worst. They characterized the Twiggs video. Is that right?
The Twiggs video is that, yeah.
Okay.
Extremely leading, basically everything, not everything, but basically everything was, so Tyler Robinson told you that he killed Charlie Kirk, right?
Wow. Oh, I was just seeing this. Thank you, Chuck. I assume you mean Dee Dee got a podcast as opposed to Dee Dee is in Diligent Denizen. But yeah, I have heard that Dee Dee got a podcast is interested in the Charlie is Alive track. So we'll try to do that. Yeah, that like leading the witness, technically, I guess, is allowed in the police, in the law enforcement world during that questioning sort of initial stage, but it's not a good look. It's not a good look.
Yeah, and it doesn't give me a lot of, it does not instill confidence in the testimony given.
And I would say also it can potentially play in, though, to the concept of, the patsy needing to follow the script.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like, okay, these are the things that we need to get on the record, and I don't want you to just freestyle it on your own. So let me just kind of guide you as to what you need to say and acknowledge.
I think that'll be more clear once we see the footage, if we see the footage, or at least see the transcript. Yeah, okay, like earlier today, I was talking about, is that me?
Yes.
I think that was me. Sorry about that.
I agree. From Dr. Alexis, Patsy following a script seems to be a definite potential here.
Like I was saying at the beginning of the stream, basically, Kelly, you weren't here, but I played back the debate I had with Gary and a little bit of the Blake Neff stuff. But when I was talking to Blake Neff at first in that Spaces, I was trying to do like a detective, like baseline interview. Like, okay, you got to UVU, and then what happened? And then the shot rang out, and then what happened? That kind of thing. Like super open-ended stuff. That's what, you're supposed to do as a detective, and not the super leading stuff. Like, this happened, right? That happened, right? You do that when you want to find the real answer, not when you want to just establish a narrative.
Mm-hmm.
That's what a detective does. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Well, because you may not already know everything, right? And so you ask open-ended, maybe they're slightly leading questions, but they're still open-ended because you may get more information than what you already know.
And it's also about knowing the right questions to ask. Like if they mention one little detail that's a little bit odd, a lot of people won't think anything of it, but part of the skill is knowing which buttons to push, I suppose, not in like the bad sense, but in noticing which little details may reveal something underneath.
So did this strike you as someone who was just not a good investigator, or narrative control, or something else?
Are you talking to me?
You, yeah.
Well, I haven't heard it yet. I'm just going off of what they said about the video, but I haven't heard the video.
They said that in the video that that questions are phrased in this kind of way.
Yes, the defense characterized the video as extremely leading questions 95% of the time.
Got it. I apologize.
We have not seen the video yet.
Got it. I thought maybe there was like a snippet that had been shown or something.
No, I would have shown it to you though.
Okay. Yes, and I agree with you here, Dr. Alexis. Defense should be bringing up the date and timestamps missing. It's simple but powerful. I mean, anything to call things into question. Right now, I think, I'm not a lawyer, but I would think that any building block that you can lay for this strong foundation of wanting the judge to believe that there's not probable cause, then I would think they'd want to capitalize on that. The more doubt that they can stack that there's problems with the case, no matter how small it may be, all those small things add up.
I'm doing pretty good for no sleep last night.
I'm impressed, Jordan.
And I did a pretty good, like, okay, on Monday, the way I was like not functioning at all
Mm-hmm.
compared to the way I was functioning today was pretty good. Although it is like afternoon now, but still. But it feels like it's 20 a.m. If that makes any sense.
Let's see here. Last point. The only thing of value today is how the police investigator stated about 2 points. A, he lied about stating what he recalls when asked to go to Washington. This is a brilliant man. Can you elaborate on that at all, Jordan?
I don't think so. He was asked to go to Washington because there was a suspect in Washington.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And so he had to drive there to pick up his suspect. Is that right? Versus Washington transferring, taking.
Well, Tyler was in that county. He was at that station. So the station calls the lead investigator,
Mhm.
Brian Davis, and they're like, hey, we need you down here. Can you come down here? He says, yeah, I'm going to come down. Give me 3 hours and I'll be there.
Yeah. That's typically how it works, is that, like Washington wouldn't deliver him to Utah County. They would make Utah County come down to Washington to get him. Can you think of a way to do this, Jordan? From Lady Positive Thinker Kelly, is there any way to Google Earth or whatever you use to look back at Lance and Tyler's house activity for several months before September 10th?
The number of points that we have is going to be very limited, but we can try. Do we have the address?
I can pull that up.
If you pull that up, I'll pull up Google Earth.
Okay. Stand by.
Teamwork.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, usually you have like 1 year and then another year, and then maybe a couple in 1 year. It's not like month to month usually.
Wi-Fi is a little slow.
It's so nice to have the desktop version of this and be able to turn off everything. Can't do this in Google
Really?
Maps. No. This is why it's a blue dot. The Earth is. Like if you were in outer space and you saw that, you wouldn't think it was Earth. You would think it was Neptune or something. But it's Earth. And it's not flat. We had a flat
Okay,
earther in the chat.
Did we?
Yeah. I semi sort of invited them onto the show. All right, how do I type in? Can you put this in the, can I dox that, or is that private, or?
Let's just make sure. I didn't have a chance to verify it just yet, but that's the first one that came up. Actually, I think if you want to you can just check that. I have charging documents too. If I can pull that up in a second. Just gonna take me a minute.
I wish it would clear that. Okay, I think I have it pulled up.
Okay.
Does this look like it?
Let's see. Hold on. That looks like that's an apartment building, I think.
It looks like a house.
Maybe that might be it. I've looked at from Google Street before. It's been a little while since I've looked at it, but
Let me see
I'm
if
not
I can get.
I'm not sure how to look at, traffic patterns and things like that if Google tells you that.
I should have Street View on here. Well, let's assume this is it.
Okay, I have the proper address per the probable cause affidavit.
Okay.
Here, let me put it in the chat just so that way we're not publicizing his address. Yeah. See, you guys, we are cognizant of people's privacy even when they have been accused of aggravated murder.
This is a professional show.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I dropped that in the chat, and that is per official documents. I know there are some other addresses associated with him, but that's at least a start since it's what they put in the official docs. While you are pulling that up, I wanted to mention a kind of a hot take that came to me yesterday morning while I was at the courthouse for entries. And I thought that I had seen, or I'm pretty sure that was Donald Trump Jr.'s entourage arrive. Yeah, that looks more like it.
Go ahead. I won't distract you. Go ahead.
Aaron, I was just let me just share this real fast because I had made a post on X about it this morning, but it had come to me yesterday and I didn't get a chance to share it yesterday. Is that as I was seeing this, entourage arrive and Secret Service and stuff, and what a distraction, that kind of is from the case. And then hearing that he has 6 Secret Service folks in there and all this. And the fact that we have not heard hardly a peep out of the Trumps in the last 10 months, that always seemed strange to me. But I wondered if having Donald Trump Jr. there was the closest thing that could be done to sending a message to the judge or to all involved that we're watching, kind of FAFO.
That's no good. I hope not.
Well, I mean, what are your thoughts on that? Like,
that
did you
seems
consider
like
that?
that's consistent with, their pattern of behavior. I mean, we talked about, or we didn't really talk about it. We mentioned it. I don't remember if it was on or off air, but the red card, he decided to throw his weight around with. I wasn't watching that game. I don't know how egregious it was, but he throws his weight around. So who knows? I hope not. But
it was just, it occurred to me, and I'm like, that's bothersome. If so, but like, how could it, how could it not be true? Potentially, at least, even subliminally. It's like, I mean, Trump's not going to show up there, right? But he can send Don Trump Jr. and his big entourage of Secret Service folks to come and sit in your courtroom and let you know, subtly or not so subtly, we're watching.
That's not very subtle.
Well, I was trying to be generous.
I don't like that. I wish you hadn't said that. I mean, you should have said that, but god damn.
Sorry, I wanted to make sure that I got that on the record.
Language.
I wanted to get that on the record and just see what our audience thought about that.
Okay, I do have this thing pulled up now. And I think we can do time machine. Or time machine. This is 1985. No resolution. This is 93. No development. This is 2003. I don't think this is the kind of data we're looking for, but this is what we have. This is 2006. This is 2009. 2011. 2013. 2015. 2017. 2018. 2020. 2021, 2023, again in 2023, 4 cars there, 2025, or June 2025, February 2026. Wow, they got to work on their satellites. That's the most recent one somehow. The best one is the 2023 one. So I don't know if that helps, but that's the best we can do.
Oh, did you see this? To take note of that?
Is that the person from earlier? It might be.
I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Are they debating flat Earth for it or against it?
Well, I don't know, but there was someone in the chat earlier, but we can discuss that off air if we even want to do that.
Of course. Yeah.
But you can, if like the banner at the bottom of the screen says, if you would like to come on the show and share a theory, like an alternative reality theory, doesn't have to be Charlie Kirk, because I've done 2 shows where it's kind of stuff that I've been researching for a long time that's completely unrelated to Charlie Kirk. So like an alternative reality theory, like aliens, UFOs, Antarctica stuff, flat Earth, even maybe. So come on the show. By what does it say? I think it says email us at tryandproveit@gmail.com. That's the way to go.
Yep. And I'm going to pull a comment up, Jordan, but could you double check to see if they are back in session yet? From Get Crunk and Listen. What's up, GCL? Don Jr. is a big partner of Salem Media, and this is true. Salem Media owns the Charlie Kirk Show still. Blake Neff works for Salem Media. Last night, some of the shills late were discussing they contract with Charlie Kirk Show. There's a lot of information out there and a lot of people shilling. So very solid observation. And as we talked a little bit about history the other day between Charlie and Donald Trump Jr., oh, I should mention, not only do they have the TV network, but I'm pretty sure that Donald Trump Jr. also is a partner in a book publishing company. Oh, yeah, Donald Trump Jr. published Charlie's book, including the most recent one. So there are no doubt a lot of connections there. And Charlie worked for Donald Trump Jr. at one point. I can remember some story, and it's probably Charlie speaking about it in a podcast or appearance or something, but something about he was carrying Trump Jr.'s suitcases for a while. Like, I think he was willing. I know that what we briefly pulled up the other day was talking about him doing social media, and I don't know if it was strategy or something like that, but I remember him telling some story about carrying Trump Jr.'s suitcases. And I think that was just maybe to kind of say, like, remember way back when, like, look how far I've made it, sort of thing, which is cool. But anyway, so they do have a long history. However, where has Donald Trump Jr. been during any of this the last 10 months?
Didn't you have me Google that yesterday? And then I epically failed.
Briefly. Yes, they published this book. I need to look back in my notes. I had an entire episode that I had written out, it kind of exploring this relationship, and with a couple of other folks that are in the administration. And also remember that oh gosh, I just lost my train of thought. Oh, that Charlie was responsible for helping to vet all of the appointees in the White House for this second Trump term. Yes. It's true. It's like everyone wants to have their little anecdotal story about, remember back when I was walking through the snow barefoot and carrying golf clubs.
Yeah, I can't seem to find anything that is like not today and yesterday.
No. Like their history, maybe add in history or add in 2020 or 2018 or something like that.
Isn't there a way to filter this to results only before 9/10?
Yeah, but I don't know anything about Bard Code. I think that's his name. Decides Declaration of Independence, Freemason codes, and all. Very interesting and enlightening. Oh, you know what? This would be fun if we had like a longer break. I could try to. Well, I don't know. Y'all tell me if you would want to hear it. But I love Sammy Obey, and he's a comedian. He does so much like pop culture stuff, political pop culture, smart comedy. Okay. He's great. Anyway, he just did a set. He was in Canada, and he reads out, it was like right before July 4th. And so he ends up reading, I think it was part of the Declaration of Independence, and the irony of hearing these things read out. And he sets it up. He's like, you got to tell me, who does this remind you of? And who do you think they were trying to separate themselves from, establish, anyway, it is wild to hear him tell the story. So if we need a little bit of interesting political and comic relief later, maybe we tap that.
Is that the one that you sent me like not even that long ago, but I still can't find it yet?
Maybe, but if
you didn't send me that on YouTube.
Okay.
You might have sent me that on YouTube.
I might have. It's very good.
Is that the one though?
It might have been. I send a few things. I'll put the name in.
Oh yeah, here it is. Here it is. But I don't know how to access the new like direct message thing that YouTube has. I don't know how to access that on desktop. Do you?
I don't know what you mean on desktop.
So you know how
through your web browser? I haven't tried
can share this. You know the DMs? I don't know how to get that over to browser, but I can share it this way, I think. Maybe I just put it in the chat. No, I want this to go back. Click on your profile live. If I put it in the chat, maybe that'll work.
And I just so everyone knows, I do have my eye on the court. So am I
should. It didn't work.
No, I wish that I had a quick comeback for that though. I don't have a fast comeback. No, sorry. I mean, I talk slow sometimes, and you know, I'm out of my element. I'm in Utah in the hotel room, and
I think that was intended to be directed at me.
no. Oh man.
Are you aware that in the United States,
Is this the one?
Oh, my eyes are shiny. I think it's the lighting in here. I've got like a bunch. Oh, they look glazed. Oh my gosh.
Are your eyes brown?
No, they're green.
They're green. It's kind of hard to tell.
You see how it's like
Lighting.
this wall is white and it looks so yellow in here. So I don't know, maybe I need the white balance of my shirt. Now y'all are going to give me a complex about my eyes.
Is this the one though? Wait, is this well, it's already on YouTube, so it should be fine.
every Middle Eastern person is considered white. Yeah, you've come to see a white man tonight. I don't know if you know that. Yeah, this is not a DEI show. I earned this, okay? I'm doing this for all the other whites, okay? There's a reason why we're considered white. It's because there was a major court case that was won in 1909, which is a year that none of us wanted to be alive in, even us white people. In 1909, there was a Syrian immigrant. He moved to Los Angeles and wanted to be a police officer. One night, he's patrolling his neighborhood, just doing his job, and there's this drunk kid, maybe late teens, early 20s, running around, breaking things, starting fights. The Syrian immigrant arrests the kid. And as he's arresting the kid's like, oh, do you know who my father is? That's never a good sign when you hear that. Turns out this kid's dad was one of the most prominent lawyers in the area. Immediately, the lawyer dad took the Syrian immigrant to court, charged him, saying that he had no right to arrest his son because he was, quote, not a real American.
Oh my God.
I know there's some immigrants in here like, hey, that's a compliment. No, it's not. It's a mean thing to say. I made a mistake because every Arab knows 7,000 lawyers. They're all in our families. Any typical brown family, you're either doctor, lawyer, engineer. That's it. Yes, 1 out of 1,000 times, stand-up comedian. Okay? Somewhere along the line, someone makes a wrong turn, has to deliver the message. Okay? And so he assembles a legal team from the Arabs in his community. They're all his cousins. And they put together a case. They made it all the way to the Supreme Court of the United States. Arab lawyers, man, we'd have bombed. I could pick a better, whatever. So in 1909, these lawyers, they get in front of a Supreme Court judge and they're like, Your Honor, we are here today to prove that my client is innocent, that he is in fact a real American because he's white. That is our case. And the whole court was like, what are you talking about? Like, it's not white. Like, you see how the beard curls. You know what I mean? He's got like a 9 o'clock shadow, you know? Like, this whole courtroom smells like olive oil. He's not white. Like, no, Your Honor, we'll prove it. We'll prove it. We're just going to ask a few questions. First question, Your Honor, where is my client from? Judge's like, LA. He's like, no, where is he from? Judge is like, the Middle East. The lawyer's like, more specifically. Judge is like, the Levant, the Levantine region. The lawyer's like, nailed it. Next question. Who is your Lord and Savior? The judge starts to sweat. He's like, Jesus Christ, of course. He's the only one you're allowed to have in 1909. The lawyer's like, nailed it. No, sorry. We just have one more question, Your Honor. Where is your Lord and Savior from? The judge is in a pool of sweat. Like, you know what? Your client is innocent because he's white. From then on, they made all Middle Eastern people in America white because they would rather make Middle Eastern people white than make Jesus Christ brown. Arab lawyers, dude. Diabolical. Are you aware?
That's not the joke that I was referencing, but it's still funny. I thought Jordan might like it because he knows a lot about theology and just the court system and everything, the way things are. But yeah.
You're gonna have to send me more. He's gonna have to work on me some more, I think.
Oh,
I saw some of the other ones though that were funny, but I'm not quite following this one.
That's okay.
But I'm tired, and I did watch it earlier, and I didn't really follow it earlier.
Mhm.
But what's the other one you're looking for?
Okay, so it's brand new. He's in Canada, and it's about the America's 250 or something like that.
Charlie
It's not going to be. It's not short. It's not, oh yeah, I mean you can pull this up.
Was speaking at a college campus in Utah. He's at a school. I could already tell you, like, that's not the safest place in America. You know what I mean? Rarely it's like mass shooting today at 7-Eleven. No, it's like most often at a school and then like sometimes at a Walmart. Okay. The topic of shootings comes up. His last question was, are we counting gang violence or not? And then somebody shot him. Right there. But I don't think anybody's ever had their last words be gang violence. It's usually like shouting a specific gang name, you know, like Southside Crip, bang, bang. It's never like gang violence, bang, bang. The right was like, oh, clearly it was a Democrat. First of all, they don't have good aim like that. You should know this by now. Somebody dies, why do you have to instantly politicize it? Even people on the left are like, haha, got him. You're just feeding into this gang mentality.
You have to let me pick. Let me send you the things, Jordan.
Okay.
Before you
Well, text me
before you decide that you don't like my favorite comedian, let me at least send you some good things.
I liked some of the other ones. But to be fair, though, most of these are intended to be viewed in the context of the full show. So he builds up to these things. So if I just watch one clip out of context, maybe that's because it's out of context and I haven't been properly prepped.
There you go.
Okay. Thinking on the positive side here. Do we think Kelly has Irish and Scottish blood? Is that something you want to answer?
I think so. I've done one of the 23andMe. I think I'm just a mutt. So Eastern European, I think. I don't remember. I don't know a lot about my heritage. I do know that my actually I say that. I know that my mom's side is Czech. So and I grew up in a very small community that is very Czech, German and Czech community. And so, yeah, and interestingly enough, this is crazy. Maybe this is why I put up with Blake Bednarz, because you guys, his family settled in my small town. Isn't that weird? So anyway, and we've gone back and looked into the history books of this. His like great grandfather or something is buried in my small town of 2,500 people. But I'd never even heard of that last name before this investigation. So
Morning, sir. Could I have that cash, please? Certainly, sir. Oh, Mr. Brent. That's me. I'm Alan Brent, yes. Could you hold on just a moment, sir?
I did not think this was funny at all, honestly.
What?
I didn't think this was funny at all.
Yes, Mr. Brent, we're very glad you've come in. We've been trying to get hold of you all day.
Really?
I'm afraid I've got some very bad news. Oh? Yes, I'm afraid we had a break-in last night.
Well, that is bad news.
Yes, it's even worse news for you, I'm afraid.
Why?
Well, the thieves stole your box.
My what?
Your box. You know, the little cardboard shoebox that we keep your money in.
I'm sorry, I don't think I follow you.
Well, you know, when you make a deposit, we put it in a little box. And we write your name on it. And then we put it out the back under a big bed we have out.
15 at least.
Huh?
Oh, that I sent my DNA to 23andMe. Look, this was like
I'm not doing it.
15 plus years ago. Okay.
Did you have a safe?
No, we're only a small branch, you see, so we're saving up for one.
So you can't
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Mr. Bean in the back.
cash this check then?
No, I'm sorry.
They just stole my money then.
No, they stole Kathy's pen as well, didn't they?
New paper, mate.
Oh, I'm sorry, Kate. It seems a shame, really. I had £3,000 in my box.
Yes, actually, we at the bank here do feel very sorry for you, Mr. Brent. And if it's any consolation, we had a whip round.
Oh, you shouldn't have, really.
No, well,
very nice of you.
We would very much like you to take it, if you would.
Oh.
There we are.
There's £8.50 there.
There we are,
Oh,
Mr. Brent.
thank you very much. Thank you.
Of course, you could open another account with that.
No,
I think I may have a little box down here somewhere that I can put it. It'd be quite safe this time because we've had a lock put on the back door.
No,
you see, so thieves won't be able to get.
I'll take it with me because I have to buy some food for my wife and children.
Yes, of course. Mr. Brent. I'm sorry, it's a joke.
Oh no!
I'm pulling your leg. I don't know how to get the straight face, a box with your name on it, and the thieves came and they took over your box.
I really fell for it today.
Of course they didn't steal your box. Here it is.
Morning, sir. Could I have that cash, please? Certainly, sir.
Okay, I texted you the link to Sammy's.
Here in the United States is celebrating its big anniversary.
Go to.
9 years of being Israel's bitch.
Sorry, go to 1434.
Language.
Go to where?
I was giving you the time code to go. 1434. And yeah, the chat said that must be a men's joke, Jordan.
What?
I guess what you just played.
The bank one?
Yeah, I was just like, I don't think I even responded to you when you sent it because I watched it, okay, but I was like, not really funny to me.
He sent the eyeball emoji.
Yeah, that's what I did.
Okay. I'm gonna read the declaration. I'm gonna read parts of the Declaration of Independence because it's fucking long. Okay. It
Sorry.
starts saying, "Hey, we want our freedom, et cetera, et cetera," and then it ends with it's basically a long breakup letter. It basically ends with them just listing their grievances with the king, who was King Charles III at that time, and they're just like, he did this, he did that, he never took out the trash. It's just basically a breakup letter. And I'm gonna read it to you. And when I read it, I want you to listen. And when I read it, I want you to ask yourself, does this sound like somebody else I know? Okay. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. No, don't say anything out loud. Just keep it in mind as I read it. And I just want to see, as I read it, I just want to see if you see any similarities between the king and somebody else that we all know. Okay, so here's how it starts. It says, when in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people, white people, to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and nature's God entitle them. A decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the cause which impel them to the separation. That's all one sentence. That already tells you this country is gonna be a lot. Bro, like that is the most formal speak ever. Like the crazy thing is I guarantee that 99% of the Americans at that time did not know what the fuck that means. And I guarantee 100% do not know now. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. Notice they said men, all right? Yeah, okay. You're like, what about women? They're like, let's just say men for now. All men. It's also like, how dare you say all men are created equal when half y'all own slaves? The fuck you talking about? That they are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights. Is that a warning that aliens are gonna come? I don't know. That among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? Now, we've all heard this before. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. This is a famous quote from the Declaration of Independence, and this line was written by Thomas Jefferson. Now, he basically borrowed the concept from someone else named John Locke, who was an English philosopher long before him. And John Locke said that all men probably, or humans, I'm pretty sure he said men, but he said all men are entitled to life, liberty, and property, right? So that was the famous saying that got these guys being like, I've deserved some shit, right? And so it was life, liberty, and property, right? But then when they were writing property down, both Thomas Jefferson and Ben Franklin were like, that's a little edgy.
Does this get funnier?
I think people are going to think we're talking about slaves.
You can,
like, bro.
I mean, is there something else that this is a little, yeah, I think it gets a lot funnier because it sounds like they're literally talking about Trump, however many, 250 years ago?
Prudence indeed will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes. Usurpations pursuing invariably the same object evinces a design to reduce under absolute despotism. It is their right, it is their duty, injuries and usurpations, all having in direct object establishment of absolute tyranny over these states. To prove this, let facts be submitted to a candid world. Now here's where he's gonna go and list all of the grievances they have with the king. He's about to talk a lot of shit. Good. That's like him not signing the recent housing bill. He has forbidden his governors to pass laws of immediate and pressing importance. That's like in end of 2025, creating a national mandate where states can't regulate AI. He has refused to pass other laws for accommodation of large districts of people, voter ID, gerrymandering. He has called together legislative bodies at places unusual, Mar-a-Lago. He has dissolved representative houses repeatedly, Doge. He has refused for a long time after such dissolutions to cause others to be elected. That's him primarying other people and any opponent he has, calling them an evil nickname. Evil but hilarious nickname. He has endeavored to prevent the population of these states for that purpose of obstructing the laws for naturalization of foreigners. Nothing comes to mind. I feel like there's a wall between us right now. He has obstructed the administration of justice by refusing his assent to laws for establishing judiciary powers. That's his disregarding all the lower court rulings. He has made judges dependent on his will alone. That's his appointing the Supreme Court judges. He has erected a multitude of new offices and sent hither swarms of officers to harass our new people. Department of War comes to mind. He has kept among us in times of peace standing armies, the National Guard. He has affected to render the military
At the reflecting pool.
Right. I think that's what he's about to say.
Superior of the civil power. That's illegal wars. He has combined with others to subject us to a jurisdiction foreign to our Constitution, Israel. For quartering large bodies of armed troops among us, ICE. For protecting them by mock trial from punishment for any murders.
Well, quartering is different from that. I just want to put that out there.
The murder of Renee Good, the murder of Alex Preddy, and everybody that ICE murdered. For cutting off our trade with all parts of the world, Strait of Hormuz. For imposing taxes on us without our consent, the tariffs. For transporting us beyond seas to be tried for pretend offenses, Guantanamo. For abolishing the free system of English laws in our neighboring province, that's Canada. Trying to make a 51st state. For taking away our charters, abolishing our most valuable laws, and altering fundamental.
Do we want to? This is getting kind of long.
Yeah, that's
Maybe
fine.
get back on topic here.
Something else, I have it on my phone too. Just because I was making sure he has some hilarious skits. I mean, you just have to listen to him. I think.
Well, I've found some of them to be very funny.
Yes, Brandy
But I
Grant
mean, we're
appreciates
getting
it.
kind of political in that one. He makes good points, but we don't know the politics of our audience. We want to be sensitive to that. Could use any president in that skit? Maybe, maybe not. Depends on who you ask.
I do, but I see, as someone in the chat said, it could be a lot of different presidents too, not just the current administration.
Yeah, just pulled that chat up.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see that. I guess I was reading the current chat.
That was the current chat. But
I think a while back.
No, I mean, I'm just not in the mood. I'm like really tired right now. So, but do we have any other funnies that we want to find? Are there any other funnies?
Well, there was a request for other Sammy. So can you pull up Sammy's biggest? I think his biggest one was about Erica. So we can do that. Like that was what he went most viral on, I think, of all time.
Erica and Diddy.
What has like? There's one. I think you can do the solving Charlie Kirk's. Yeah, you can do not Erica and Diddy. That one's
We
not.
already started that one.
You did?
Is it this one?
No. Go back up. Wait.
Well, that one's 55 minutes.
Oh, then look for shorts. YouTube shorts.
Guys, we're just waiting for court to restart. We're trying to find some funnies.
Yeah, I can barely see, but hold on.
Why can you barely see?
Because I'm old. I don't know.
You're not old.
Okay, here, click on, there's a few holes in the Charlie Kirk one. How about that? That's the middle. You can see left on the right.
You're not old.
Tyler shoots Charlie Kirk. He runs across the roof. His shadow disappears for some reason. He's like running and he has a shadow, then boom, no shadow as he crosses the rest of the roof. It's like the CGI guy quit halfway through. He's like, ethically,
I'm trying to pause it. The reason there's no shadow is because it blows out in the highlights.
cannot complete this job.
Let him be funny.
Logically, Tyler uses his great-grandfather's rifle. The story is that his great-grandfather used this rifle in World War I. His grandfather used it in World War II, and then Tyler used it to start World War III, apparently. I think that was, and you see him running and then jumping off, just like where did the rifle go? Did it bend with his leg? Some people say, well, actually,
It wasn't in his pants
he didn't have
anymore.
it in his pants at that point. He has it under a piece of cloth. He disassembled this right after he shoots.
No, he didn't disassemble it.
All right. I'm not gonna. This is This is not gonna work. If you're gonna keep interrupting his skit, it takes away from it all. Okay, folks,
right.
what would you like to discuss while the court is on recess? If this is no good.
What happens if I do this? 25 minutes ago. Oh, you just published a video.
Mm-hmm.
The court recognizes the importance of the constitutional rights of Mr. Robinson being upheld and protected. At the same time,
Sorry.
This isn't actually a Black Panther. What people call a Black Panther is actually either a black leopard.
Wait, no, okay. Let's just talk about the case. Let's just go back
Yeah.
to talking about the
Yeah.
case, please, because this is going unhinged.
Yeah, it is.
We've talked several times about me not letting Jordan have the screen share privileges, and I wonder if maybe
Okay, here you go. When you go back home, get a monitor or a couple monitors, use the Mac Mini that I sent you, and now you can have the remote control.
yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, we could support Skarika Kirk.
Yeah.
Show one of her videos. Oh, what's up, Jeff? More Schulenberg content, please.
We could be doing some stuff. I don't know what they mean by Schulenberg content, but we could be doing some stuff.
Oh, that's someone from that I knew growing up. So I've never seen you in the chat before, but thanks for being here for the stream.
I clearly don't understand that reference then.
Schulenberg, like my hometown?
Yeah. I don't understand what they mean by Schulenberg content, though. I think we're restarting.
Earlier we were discussing Schulenberg.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I must have missed something. Anyway.
Hate to save time, and so that was the intent of this court in addressing what is before this court as it relates to State's Exhibit 16. Counsel, this time I've taken time to look at the video anew, also reviewing what Mr. Novak submitted, the redactions requested, and reviewing all parts of it in great detail. All right, I want to address the objections before me, and starting with Mr. Novak made a hearsay objection as it relates to Mr. McBride, and the court agrees, it is hearsay. At the same time, I'm only going to consider Mr. McBride's statements to provide context for the things that Lance Twiggs says and for their effects on Lance Twiggs. And as such, the hearsay objection as it relates to the statements of Mr. McBride in State's Exhibit 16 is overruled. Turning to relevance as it relates to State's Exhibit 16. And I agree in part and disagree in part as it relates to this objection. So there are portions of the transcript, or I say transcript, but what I really mean is State's Exhibit 16. And I appreciate the transcript. I found that to be helpful. It's a lot faster than trying to scroll. And so I appreciate that being provided. It was helpful to the court. And to be fair, I found it to be a true and accurate representation of the actual recording. So did I listen to every word and compare it? No, but from what I reviewed, I did not find any inconsistencies, just to put it on the record so there's no misunderstanding. But there are portions of the transcript, State's Exhibit 16, which relevance is still not clear to me. However, as the magistrate, I am able to distinguish between what is relevant to a probable cause determination and what is not. And what I take into consideration when I make my ultimate decision about probable cause, I will not take into consideration what is not relevant. So that is a constant balancing and evaluation I'm making throughout this hearing. And after this hearing, my intent is to review everything again, to be thorough. This is not a case where I'm going to be shooting from the hip in making that determination, because this is an important determination. So I will take the necessary time as is required and is as necessary to ensure that the constitutional rights of all parties are upheld. So as I'm making determinations, where I land is pages 19 and 20 of the transcript as it relates to Exhibit 16 may contain irrelevant information, but I will reserve whether I consider those portions until I've heard the rest of the state's evidence. Therefore, as it relates to relevance, that ruling is reserved. Now, turning to the other objection, which is Rule 403, prejudice. As I am acting as a magistrate, I do not have the same concerns that my decision will be influenced by undue prejudice as that of a jury. Therefore, for purposes of admissibility, the defendant's objection is overruled. Even so, there are portions of this transcript, and again, State's Exhibit 16, that may not be admissible at trial and whose relevance I have not yet determined. In the abundance of caution and to protect the jury pool, the potential jury pool, from hearing potentially inadmissible evidence, I'm ordering that the audio cannot be published in the courtroom or on camera from page 19, timestamp 3255, until timestamp 3548. In other words, the state may publish the audio for all portions of the interview other than that one portion. And when I say audio, I mean audio and video. So both. I recognize there's approximately only 1 minute after 3548. The state can fast forward to that point, or it's an approximate 1 minute and 12 seconds, or may take the time to redact the video as they see fit. So where I'm landing today is up until from the beginning until that page 19, 3255, that portion I am ruling is admissible and may be published. Again, if the state wishes that last minute and 12 seconds to be played, they can either take the time tonight to redact what the court is not going to allow to be published. And I wish to differentiate. I'm considering it all. But for publication purposes, that portion is not going to be permitted to be played in the courtroom.
Your Honor, would you state those times again that you are ordering not to be published? I've got 3255 and 3548.
Right. Those are the two timestamps for that. And I hope that's helpful as both parties are trying to review on the transcript and in State's Exhibit 16.
That's from 3255 to 3548.
Right. Is not publishable in the courtroom or on to be broadcast. Finally, I want to recognize both parties wanted the benefit of the record to be more specific in their arguments concerning their objections. So if those arguments pertain to timestamp 3255 through timestamp 3548, I'm willing to allow you to do that in a closed hearing. Please be mindful of the time and keep your argument succinct. With that in mind, do the parties have any arguments they feel I have not considered in my ruling that require a closed hearing?
Yes, Your Honor. And so I'm just going to tell the court what I think the general nature of that is without getting into the details, because I do think a closed hearing is appropriate. There are, setting aside the 1102 issue and objections, there are statements in this video by Mr. Twiggs attributed to Mr. Robinson. Okay, Mr. Robinson said. There are two other exhibits, which I've said before, I'm confident the state will offer, which Mr. Twiggs says in this video, those are statements by Mr. Robinson. Okay, I will acknowledge that separate and apart from 1102, the statements of a party opponent are admissible if relevant. In fact, they're not even hearsay, right? They're excluded from the hearsay rule. But the question is whether statements of Mr. Robinson of the nature that I'm referring to can be published, not considered by the court, but published without violating Mr. Robinson's 14th Amendment due process rights. And it is our view, as we have said in our earlier papers, that the answer is no. Publication, especially on in the way this proceeding is being published, would violate Mr. Robinson's due process rights under the 14th Amendment. We previously cited, and the reason why I'm saying this again is not to reiterate something just because if you say it twice, it means something different, but because my colleagues have suggested that maybe my argument earlier was not clear enough. And so I want to make sure it is clear so that the court makes a decision based on the arguments of counsel. The United States Supreme Court said in Estes, E-S-T-E-S versus Texas, 381 U.S. 532, the following. In Rideau versus Louisiana, and that's R-I-D-E-A-U, this court constructed a rule that the televising of a defendant in the act of confessing to a crime was inherently invalid under the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment, even without a showing of prejudice or a demonstration of the nexus between the televised confession and the trial. I am not calling the statements of Mr. Robinson confessions, but that is what the state will call them. And so there are portions of this exhibit and the other exhibits that I've referred to, which implicate Mr. Robinson's right not to have what the state calls a confession televised. This court has authorized the televising of this proceeding. And there are reporters in this courtroom who will go outside and speak on what we used to call television. That opinion was from the 60s. Now we have other forms of technology, but I'm just going to use what the Supreme Court says because it's the Supreme Court. So we are very concerned that the publication beyond this court's eyes of what the state will call confessions at trial violates Mr. Robinson's due process rights right here and now today. And I know that we said that before in the litigation, but now we're exhibit specific. If I haven't been clear about the argument, I want to make sure I'm clear about it because the court's decision to allow this video to be televised and the other two exhibits to be shown to the camera in the back of the courtroom is exactly what the Supreme Court says violates the 14th Amendment.
So, and I appreciate that clarity, and perhaps, and again, if you want to go into closed hearing, we can do so, or if you want to refer to the pages. So I want to know exactly what you're referring to, whether it's in that 3255 through 3548, which is being excluded, or is it?
It is not. It is earlier, and it's also the two other anticipated exhibits. So we may as well deal with all of it at the same time. It's probably easier to do it in a closed proceeding because nobody has to be obtuse. I don't have to be obtuse in order to protect my client's rights.
No, I appreciate that. And it actually prompts, in order for me to get to that, I do want to ask the state, are you intending to introduce the text messages as an exhibit in this proceeding, the preliminary hearing?
Yes, Judge, we will be attempting to and moving for the admission of the text thread, the Discord thread, and I think, and the note that is referenced in Mr. Twiggs 1102.
All right, and let me take one step at a time, just for clarity. And again, Mr. Novak, I really do appreciate you being so precise. It's helping me parse it out so we can address it because it's important. And I recognize that you're advocating for your client. And so I want to give it its due time. The text messages, from my understanding, and either side weigh in, my understanding that those were released to the public months ago in their entirety.
Judge, if I may, they were not released in their entirety. Portions of them were placed into the charging document, the information that supported in part the charges that the state has filed. We did not put the entirety of them in. And now we wish to publish more of them than were included in the charging document.
I see. For some reason, I thought it was as part of an exhibit for a motion, but Mr. Novak, I'm not sure if that's ringing any bells.
I'm aware of the issue that the court is commenting on. I think the state needs to account for its decision to publish text messages that directly implicate the Supreme Court law that we're talking about. And don't want to pretend that I can anticipate what the court's concerns are, but that doesn't cure republication on television of what the state will call a confession in this proceeding. So in other words, this is not like, oh, the cat's out of the bag or the barn door's open. This is another opportunity to violate Mr. Robinson's constitutional rights. And I'm not at all suggesting that somebody is intending to do that, certainly not the court. And I'm confident that the state's counsel would never intend to do that, but that would be the consequence of further televising what the state refers to as, previously referred to as confessions, and certainly would refer to here in this proceeding as confessions. We are so acknowledging that they are statements of a party. We have not filed anything in this case that publicizes the text messages, the Discord chat, the note which Ms. Hunt is mentioning, and now that Ms. Hunt has said that, yes, we want this note to be presented into evidence, and the court knows what this note is because if the court's now watched the video, that's another piece of the same problem. So this is all simplified by the court being extra cautious about Mr. Robinson's constitutional rights, considering these exhibits to the extent the court deems that they're admissible and portions of them are relevant, and not further televising them in this proceeding in a manner which we think is inconsistent with what the Supreme Court said in Estes v. Texas.
All right. I appreciate that, Mr. Novak. Ms. Hunt, would you like to respond? Because I understand what Mr. Novak's saying, and there may be a 403 issue as well as it relates to this. And I'm not going to pretend to read your mind, but because I can't do that. All right, Ms. Hunt.
Just to clarify for the record in the court, the state's position is that we would like the audio played. The audio may be captured by the cameras in the state's position, but we never intended to visually put them on the monitors such that cameras can capture them and pause or get the actual exhibits, substances of the exhibits. I believe that was the media's position, if I remember correctly, is that they want everything audio and visually displayed, but the state's position is we just want the audio played.
Right, but what's it? So I'm just focused on 16 right now.
Okay, yes, and that's the state's position with regards to Exhibit 16.
So help me understand what's the difference if the audio's played or the video's played on what the court is identifying is, well, first of all, 16 is admitted. So that threshold has been met, but we're dealing with the publication in regards to what is publicized, because this is going to Mr. Novak's argument about publicizing that is different than the court simply reviewing it in its own privacy. I don't want to misstate your argument, but I believe that was one of the distinctions you made.
The distinction that Ms. Hunt is drawing is, I think, what people call a distinction without a difference. It doesn't matter whether it's audio or video, and it doesn't matter whether it's on a television or on the internet or on the radio. It's going to be broadcast. And so it doesn't really matter whether it's audio or video. And it's actually not Mr. Robinson's video, it's Mr. Twiggs' video. And when the court mentioned 403, yes, I think the court did accurately read my mind, which is fine with me, but it's unfair prejudice of a constitutional dimension, and 403 is a rule of evidence.
All right, so Ms. Hunt, as it relates to that publication, help me understand whether it's audio or video. What's the difference there? Help me understand that.
I disagree that it's a distinction without a difference. As we've discussed prior in this hearing, UCJA Rule 4-202.02 sub 2 sub J states that exhibits are presumed to be public court records, and it does give the court discretion to regulate access when necessary to protect the integrity of the exhibit or ensure a fair trial. So I do want to recognize that. But that discretion should be exercised narrowly, as we've talked about before with publication regarding this case. What the state is proposing, we believe, is a narrowly tailored accommodation. We don't want to display the full exhibits. Obviously, within State's Exhibit 16, the video of Lance Twiggs, he is shown, and it can be seen, exhibits that the state will then in the future move to admit 16.1, 16.2, the text threads, the Discord threads. So we're thinking that if it's displayed visually, what the cameras will be able to do is pause that, duplicate them, replicate them, essentially have access to those exhibits. What we're trying to do, and maybe they can do the same thing with I'm sure Mr. Novak will say they'll do the same thing with the audio. But hearing the tone, the context, all of that, that's why the state chose to do, we could have done a written 1102 statement from Mr. Twiggs. We chose to do, as is allowed by 1102, we chose to do a recording because that's how the state is choosing to present this evidence. We believe that the appearance or the tone, the context, hearing Mr. Twiggs actually talk and talk through these exhibits, talk through his experience is a meaningful way of presenting our evidence. And so that's the difference we're seeing.
I see.
Obviously, it's up to the court's discretion on how publication is to be made here. We've made our arguments generally about that issue, and we'll submit it to the court. Our prime issue is that the exhibits be admitted into the record, that the court consider them as part of the preliminary hearing standard and bind over, but we'll submit it to the court on publication, but that's the state's position.
All right, Mr. Novak.
I learned a long time ago that when the opposing party says, Your Honor, we're submitting on it, there's a suggestion that maybe the court is going to make a ruling which doesn't require more evidence, more argument from me. But I am going to say that it is fair for Ms. Hunt to say, Your Honor, we wanted the court to see the witness and hear the witness so that the court could make reliability determinations. Because as Your Honor has said, that's really up to you. That's a different issue from the constitutional consequences of electronically publishing what the state will call a confession. Now I've changed the word from television to electronically publishing because I'm trying to be in the 21st century, and the Supreme Court used that word in 1963.
Sure.
Citation to state standards for what is or is not a public document are not the issue. There's a constitutional issue here. And I think that the court has already heard from me at least 3 times about what we think the court should do here. It's a preliminary hearing. It's not a jury trial. There may be a jury trial in the future at which we have to voir dire on yet another issue, which is whether potential jurors were exposed to media replaying of what the state called a confession.
That's exactly what was structural error. There was no prejudice question in Rideau versus Louisiana. And that's why in Estes v. Texas, the Supreme Court said, we have a rule. You can't televise what a prosecutor calls a confession before trial. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate both parties advocating and arguing. It's helpful for the court. All right, so in taking in consideration the argument, which again, I appreciate the parties articulating, the further edits that the court is going to require to be redacted, starting on page 8, and I apologize, I don't have a timestamp. Starting on page 8, and sorry, I'm just trying to. Sorry, it's starting on page 7, right after 8, it's at 8. Well, let's start. Starting on page 6. Now, let me go back here. Starting on page 6, after 6 minutes and 56 seconds. Going to 20 minutes and 27 seconds. For reasons such as 403, under Rule 403. And again, this is simply for publication. This is not taking out what the court will consider. The court is considering the entirety of State's Exhibit 16, but the court is trying to take a narrow approach in recognizing and balancing transparency with constitutional rights, and doing so in such a manner that it is meaningful and doesn't diminish the court's duty as a magistrate under the probable cause determination. All right.
Can you state those times again, Your Honor?
6:56 until right the line before 2027 or 2027, just so until 2027. Is that? And then and then what the court indicated previously from 32:55 until 35:48.
And I apologize, Judge, just to clarify, these timestamps that you just gave, the 32:55 to 35:48 and 6:56 to 20:27, those are just not being published, but they have been admitted for your honor's consideration.
Right. So kind of going through my three-step process. Exhibit 16 is an entirety, not the transcript, but because the exhibit is not the transcript. The exhibit is the video. That has been admitted in its entirety for the court's determination as it relates to this case. So what I'm talking about here is this is only what will be published in the courtroom and and captured by the video is the differentiation. So what's being redacted, for the lack of a better word, or cut out is what's going to be published in the courtroom, not what the court's going to consider. The court's considering it in its entirety. The court's not going to redact anything in here. It's going to make its own determinations in regards to relevance and everything that everything that Mr. Novak noted. I'm taking that in consideration and making those determinations, which the court will do again, because this is not something you do watch once and then make your decision. This requires analysis, and the court is committed to doing that. But hopefully that gives you an idea of where, as it relates to publication.
Yes, thank you.
All right, to the media.
Thank you, Your Honor. I know how much time the court's already dedicated to considering this, and I appreciate the additional time being afforded the media. There's just two additional things that I wanted to mention to the court. I do want to reiterate the point that I made before about the fact that if this is, in fact, a key consideration that the court is entering into when trying to make the determination that it is going to make at the conclusion of this hearing, Utah case law, including the Archuleta case that the defense has referred to over and over again, stresses that the same considerations that urge for access to a preliminary hearing itself, allowing the proceedings to be televised, allowing people to be in the courtroom, also advocate for access to documents on which the court bases its ruling. Disclosing documents used, this is from Archuleta on page 238 to 239. Disclosing documents used by courts in reaching a decision in a preliminary hearing will discourage decisions based on improper means and will promote conscientious performance by all officials involved in the criminal justice system. Therefore, providing a presumptive right of access to documents filed in connection with preliminary hearings can play a significant positive role in the functioning of that process. I want to reiterate the belief that providing access to the documents on which the court bases its decision in this proceeding is critical. Second thing that I do want to mention, because the court referred to it before, is the fact that without going into the content of the interview itself, I understand from the arguments being made today that many of these references are to text messages. Again, the public doesn't yet have access to that. But I do believe that the documents filed in this case, including the information that was filed days after this, contain many, if not all, of the text messages that are now at issue that are going to be kept from the public in this proceeding. I know the court in previous occasions has said, if this information is in the public already, I shouldn't be in the business of trying to now keep that from the public for two reasons. One, it's already out there. Second, it suggests to the public that something else lurks in there. Something else is being kept from them that isn't. And so not only does it run counter to the idea that of transparency generally, but it seems to suggest that there is something embedded in there that the public doesn't already have access to when the court denies access to materials in a proceeding like this that are already public. And so I again, recognizing how much time the court has already invested in this, I believe it's wise, and I believe it would help avoid potentially making a mistake that the court later on then thought, oh, I wish someone had brought that to my attention, to check whether or not any of the materials that are now under consideration to be withheld from the public are actually already in the public's domain because they are part of the information and probable cause statements that were filed at the outset of this case. That's all I had, Your Honor.
Thank you. And all right, counsel, if you would like to state your name.
Your Honor, Jeffrey Nyman on behalf of the Kirk family. I've been very hesitant to speak up at these proceedings. We understand it's the state, the defense, and the judge. You're all doing your job. But I feel as if we need to. I want to be clear as to what the Kirk's family's position is on all of this. The Kirk family believes strongly that if the evidence is being admitted in this preliminary hearing, it should be made public for the world to see. No redactions. This court has tools at its tools at its disposal to make sure the defendant receives a fair trial. You'll use them if you find that you need to. That's it, Your Honor. To not be transparent here, to not be open, to not let the world see what happened will create doubt and distrust in the judicial system. And that's not what anybody wants. That's not what any of us believe should happen here. And we'd ask the court to consider the position of the family in making its ultimate decision.
Thank you. Anything further before I issue my final ruling to clarify what's been stated, just so it's clear to all parties? Mr. Novak, your mic's muted.
Yes, we just want to say that we totally respect Ms. Kirk's position in this situation, as well stated by her counsel. Media counsel's suggestion that because the state, in our view, improperly disclosed what the state is going to call a confession in charging documents does not mean that this court can just let it go. This has been the most transparent criminal proceeding I've ever been involved in, and I am sure it will continue to be transparent. But there are some things which the Supreme Court has said the public has to wait for the jury trial in order to hear evidence, because the number one preeminent question is how do we protect Mr. Robinson's right to a fair trial? And with all due respect to the Kirk family, and with all due respect to the media, and with all due respect to the public, the number one concern in this proceeding is Mr. Robinson's right to a fair trial, which means a jury which has not been exposed before it's in this courtroom, under this court's supervision, with this court's guidance, to pretrial information of this nature.
All right, I do have a follow-up question for you, Mr. Novak, returning to the Estes case. It's an important point. I want to make sure I fully understand it before I issue my final ruling. My understanding is Estes cited to a dissenting opinion in Rideau.
Rideau, yes.
Rideau, my French is bad.
Mine too.
That constructed a rule that publicizing a confession runs afoul of the 14th Amendment. But that didn't appear to be the holding. It was the opinion talked about coerced confessions being put out to the public. Could you cite to Estes that supports?
The portion that the court is looking at is exactly what I would read to the court. It says, we constructed a rule. Now, I understand there's a parentheses there where it refers to a dissenting opinion in Rideau, because I think that was a case where there were multiple opinions. And we all understand how complicated it is to figure out what comes out of a Supreme Court opinion when there are multiple concurring and dissenting opinions.
Mm-hmm.
But what the court says in Estes is that televising, I'm going to paraphrase a little bit, televising what the prosecution calls a confession de facto violates a defendant's 14th Amendment right to due process without a prejudice analysis, without even looking at what happened in the trial vis-a-vis that earlier televised analysis. So yes, we could go down what lawyers like to do. We could go down the rabbit hole of what were all the different opinions in Rideau and why is Estes citing to a dissenting justice But what Esty said is we constructed a rule. It's not a reference to a dissenting opinion. And I think when the Supreme Court says we have a rule, we should just take it at face value that that's the rule. I understand what's in parentheses there is a little confusing, but what the Supreme Court is saying in Estes is we have a rule. And if I may have one moment. The Estes opinion was written by Justice Clark. There was a concurrence by Chief Justice Warren, Mr. Justice Douglas, Mr. Justice Goldberg, and then there were dissents by Justices Stewart, Black, Brennan, and White. So we could spend some time deconstructing that, but it's a 5-4 opinion of the United States Supreme Court saying what rule they adopted in Rudeau versus Louisiana. It's a 5-4 opinion. And I would have to sit down with the cases, just like Your Honor probably is wishing it had time to do right now. The court had time to do right now, but it's a 5-4 opinion of the United States Supreme Court saying what the holding in Rudeau is.
Thank you. All right, I appreciate that guidance, Mr. Novak. So taking into consideration all the factors, the previous edits, starting at I believe I said starting at 6 minutes and 56 seconds, going to (20 minutes and 27 seconds. Does that comport what I previously said?
Yes.
All right. And then the other edit is from 32:55 until 35:48. Does that comport with what I previously said?
Yes.
All right. And then from 35:48 to the remainder 37 can be included. So there is that gap, but that can be included. And part of the reason in responding to the media, and it's an important point, and to the representative for victim representative Erica Kirk, is I recognize the importance of transparency. I also recognize the importance of balancing constitutional rights, and it is a fine line. One of the reasons why for these edits includes under my analysis under 403, going to the last part, needlessly presenting cumulative evidence, and based off the representation of the state that the text messages may be introduced, the court is ruling that this may be revisited in case that doesn't happen. But to throw back the curtain, much of this is the text messages, to be clear. And again, all of this is going to be considered by the court. I'm balancing all these competing rules, constitutional rights, as well as transparency. And sometimes it is an imperfect balancing act, but I'm trying to act in the interest of justice in making this balancing act and for transparency to actually be transparent. And so that is the ruling of the court as it relates to State's Exhibit 16. Turning to the state, do you wish to make the edits as identified by the court and play it tomorrow to publish it, or do you wish to go a different route?
I think just to make sure that we are completely in line with the court's ruling, I think we would like to take the evening to make sure the edits are all correct and start out tomorrow by playing it.
And if you wouldn't mind, when you have that final copy, if you could send it to defense to review to us to form, just to make sure it comports with the timestamps that the court has identified. And I know this has been a long conversation, but I just want to make sure everyone understands, okay, this is what the court said, and we're all on the same page, that what is before that's being presented reflects that. So not downing the state, simply allowing everyone to review it before it is introduced into court.
Absolutely, we will do that.
All right. On this issue, anything further?
As to this exhibit, no.
All right. Well, Ms. Hunt, let us move forward. Being that you indicated that you're going to prepare this for tomorrow, how would we like to proceed for the remainder of our time together?
Yeah, just a moment.
Of course.
So while they're taking just a moment, chat, I want to ask you guys if you could weigh in. I think Judge Graff just made an interesting point about all of the different interests that he has to balance. You know, the defendant's right, the state's right to justice.
And I know the state's engaged, but if someone could send a copy of that to the court after it's been reviewed by.
Keep going.
Constitutional rights. There are so many different interests, transparency, because there are so many eyes on this case, you know, the impact that public streaming and public access to all these things have, all of it. That's a lot of different masters to serve, you know, and okay, that's what a judge is supposed to do. But it's a unique case. So I'm curious, like, if you try to look at it from that perspective, just let's chat about what we think about how the judge is doing.
Judge, it's the state's position that we close for today, come back once those edits have been made. We can start tomorrow with that and proceed from there.
All right. Any opposition from defense?
No, Your Honor. I do want to point out that there is one additional exhibit which we think the state will offer through Mr. Davis. I'm sorry, Agent Davis. Agent Davis, as to which we proposed redactions. It's 5 screenshots of Mr. Twiggs's phone. It's not a 25-page transcript. I'm not suggesting that we should argue about that now, but I'm just making the court aware of that. It's a much simpler exercise. It's not nearly as complicated. I think that's the only one where we proposed other redactions. But the publication question still remains as to all of the asserted statements by Mr. Robinson. So it's according to Mr. Twiggs, according to the text messages, according to the Discord and the note. All of that is part of the Estes issue. And I just want the court to be aware of that. And I understand it's hard because the court doesn't have all those exhibits in front of it. But I just want the court to understand. I think that all of the argument that we've had with respect to the transcript sort of lays the foundation for the legal issues, but it's going to come up with respect to those exhibits as well. And the comments that the court made about 403, I understand it with respect to relevance and admissibility, but I'm not sure how 403 applies to the televising of statements that the prosecution will call confessions. So maybe that's something.
It was a different prong that I was addressing.
Good. Okay.
The duplicative part or cumulative part as it relates to the text messages. And that's why I reserved that if it doesn't come in, then it can be revisited to the redactions that's made public.
For evidentiary purposes as opposed to for publication purposes.
Right.
Understood.
Right.
But if the court wants to recess, we have no problem with that.
And so just going to your point and again, trying to maximize our efficiency, given your arguments, which you articulated well, would you mind perhaps preparing a memorandum or a short brief that can help us move forward, because I want to look at in detail what you're citing to. It's difficult on the fly to jump into SDs and go to a portion, and I want to give your argument full consideration. It's a suggestion if you can. I know you're extremely busy, but it may be helpful if you choose to. If you choose not to, I will certainly allow the time for it to argument. I just want to make sure I'm fully up to speed as opposed to trying to shoot from the hip there.
When the court says, I'd like to know which exhibits and what the legal issues are ahead of time, so that at 9 a.m. the court has already had an opportunity to understand what's coming, we're happy to do that. And I'll try to get something to the court by 8 a.m.
I appreciate that. Thank
No
you, Mr. Novak. And if you wouldn't mind, obviously, sending a copy to the state as well.
Of course. Of course.
Ex parte. All right.
So, is the court referring to a formal filing?
No, just if you
A bench memo.
A bench memo, and that all sides can have a take a look at, just to prepare, again, in light of efficiency and trying to maximize our time and give as much weight and time to addressing these issues fully, as opposed to trying to hit them at the moment and doing a deep dive when it's a little bit more difficult. So
happy to do so.
If you'd like to, I would entertain that to the state. If you want to confer and talk to see where you are and want to do the same, certainly you are entitled to do so as well.
I think we plan on doing that. Thank you, Judge.
All right. All right. Is there anything else for this afternoon?
Not from the state.
All right. To defense.
No, thank you very much for your time, Your Honor.
All right. Court will be in recess until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
All right.
I could go run down there. Oh, but I don't know if it's worth it, basically.
Yeah, I mean,
seeing exits.
Yeah.
Nobody's been
We
asking
already-
questions, I mean, if you guys
Would
in
you
the
wanna-
chat don't mind,
Can you hear
but
me?
whatever.
What's that?
What were you going to say?
Am I coming through? I think I'm coming through.
Yeah.
Do you want to try to interview some people?
Well, it's
Or
not
during the
really that
interview?
live. I mean, I can go try to talk to people who were in the courthouse today, but I mean, there was kind of a whole lot of nothing that really happened, right? I mean, not nothing,
Yeah.
but
It was a pretty slow day.
yeah, everybody's like,
Yeah,
why? Chill, mama, tomorrow maybe fireworks. Kelly needs to
Yeah.
rest. So, yeah, it was a long day of nothing. Yeah.
Yeah. So that was the hearing for today. The officer, the agent of, what is it called? The agent of SBI testified in the morning about basically what he wrote in the probable cause, or not on the charging document, and he didn't provide much of anything new, unfortunately. We did get the one video, but that was pretty much it, and that video wasn't terribly interesting. And then they just argued about the admissibility of the Lance video, but we're not going to see the Lance video today. So not a lot to talk about today.
Yeah, I will definitely take a look at some of the highlights. Let's see what, I think I don't know if the Tribune is doing a sort of court blog, but I know there are some media outlets that do sort of like a real-time blog, and I'll make a run through that and make sure that I didn't miss anything in particular. I'm sure that Brandy, Billy, Teresa, I think Elizabeth Lane as well, they all went in today. Billy had called me this morning at like 6 a.m. Oh, thank you so much to Wayhomer. Really, thank you for the $20 super. Really appreciate it. And yes, we will be back again. Assuming that Jordan will come back again tomorrow. He may be in a long, deep sleep. look so exhausted, Jordan. Like, I really hope you can get some rest.
Are you going to try to be in the courtroom tomorrow?
I think so. But now that everyone knows that for sure that Lance's testimony will be played, to some extent, I think there'll be a lot more competition to get in. So. Am I going to go back to campus? Perhaps. I'm doing a lot of things. And I wanted to just mention too, I was thinking, with the Discord chats and all of that, I just find it hard to believe that, and it's not for sure, but it just seems like if someone was really planning something so nefarious that they would be, or communicating about it after the fact or anything like that, like that they would use a platform that is more private than Discord. There are plenty of apps out there that have erasing messages, and I don't know. It just that's always seemed strange to me. Like, why would you want that kind of when you go to all this trouble, then you leave that kind of a digital paper trail? And there's one more question that I want to sort of float. And I haven't looked into this aspect much. I saw someone earlier mention LARPing, and like, I didn't know what that was really in that context, that acronym. So anyway, do you think that this could have been, if they were gamers, and I think that I have seen some things to indicate that, Tyler, Lance, whatever, that they were gamers, right? Like, do you think that there could have been sort of a fantasy of someone acting out like a live action situation? Live action role play. Oh, I can't hear you.
LARPing stands for live action role play, yeah.
Yes. Have you considered, Jordan, if you think, someone is acting out this sort of fantasy?
Yeah, let's talk about that. I'm trying to process a lot of stuff right now.
What's that?
I'm trying to process a lot of stuff right now. My brain's like working really fast, but really slow at the same time. It's not really working right now.
Okay.
Okay. Why don't we go ahead and wrap up the stream?
Sounds good. Well, thank you all so much for being here. Sorry I wasn't here for a good chunk of the day, but hopefully planting some seeds that will help for future reporting.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Good night. Or if I say good night, it's not. It's night for me.
Well, good night to you, Jordan. Good night to you, Jordan. You deserve some rest. So.
Yeah, there was a super chat earlier about the importance of, or she sent some super chats earlier. Did you see those?
No, I
don't
have not.
know which channel, but thank you. Okay. Good night or goodbye, everyone.
Get some rest, Jordan, please.